Good morning, everyone. Bon matin, tout le monde. That's not too. Mine's on.
Give it a few
Yeah.
minutes.
It just seems
Testing?
no, it's not on, or something's on. We'll give it a second to see if.
Because it was very loud last night.
Was it loud last night?
Maybe they turned it down. It made a sound when you tapped it.
I'm not sure. I'll just speak louder.
I think Mark broke it then last night.
Yeah. No. It looks like they're not working, so we'll just have to make sure. Huh?
Testing, testing. No, no.
Yeah. Okay. Well. All members of council are present. Our clerk is present as well. Adoption of the agenda. Motion to approve the agenda as presented. Need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Councillor Lalonde. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Disclosure of pecuniary interest. Hearing, seeing none. Item 4, 2023 budget presentation. Before we get started, I'll just say a few words and then I'll pass it along to our CEO, Mr. Fawnin. I'd just like to start off by saying thank you very much for the administration for putting this package together. It is a very detailed package, a lot of information. For new members of council, returning members of council, you know, our role as council is to be leaders. It's not necessarily to be managers or micromanagers. We don't get into the weeds of the operation. Our role is truly to make sure that this budget aligns with what the vision of council is. So hopefully we can get through today in a good fashion, have some good discussions, and see how we do on our budget. With that, Mr. Fawnin.
Merci, M. Maire, le Conseil. Je tiens tout d'abord à remercier chaleureusement M. Gaudin, son équipe et tous les chefs de département qui ont passé de très nombreuses heures à préparer et à examiner le budget de 2023. On ne serait pas trop insisté sur la quantité d'examens détaillés qui entraînent dans la planification du budget et leur diligence à porter ses fruits dans un document qui établit les conditions de réussite pour soutenir la première année de notre plan stratégique 2023 à 2026. L'approche que nous adoptons cette année pour présenter le budget annuel de la municipalité peut sembler un peu inhabituelle pour certaines. Plutôt que de présenter des diapositives plus longues et plus détaillées, nous nous en efforçons cette année de présenter au Conseil un aperçu des priorités du programme et un résumé des initiatives et des projets clés que l'administration entreprendra pour soutenir la réalisation de la vision du Conseil et les stratégies associées. Bien entendu, les membres du Conseil et le public ont un accès direct à l'ensemble du projet du budget et sont invités à poser des questions sur n'importe quel élément du budget. Mais la présentation elle-même vise à maintenir la discussion sur les résultats généraux et non sur le processus. It goes without saying that the budget is not the plan, something that many organizations conflate. The budget is an enabling tool which supports the plan and should be treated as such, meaning that while we examine the overall priorities set out in budget planning, we must remain focused on the purpose of the budget, to enable success in the achievement of the objectives which support our strategies, which in turn supports the achievement of our broader vision for our community, its residents and its businesses. Je voudrais maintenant passer la parole à M. Gaudin qui va nous guider dans notre présentation.
So just my understanding is while the microphones don't necessarily hear it here, online it seems to be working okay. So just keep that in mind.
Bon, merci, M. Fawnin. Bonjour, M. Maire, chers membres du Conseil. So here we are today for our first day of budget sessions. Very exciting. Je vais juste commencer par expliquer un petit peu le processus, comment que la journée va se dérouler, parce qu'on suit un petit peu un différent format que dans les années précédentes. So I've printed for each of you a paper copy of the budget brief. Essentially today what we're going to do is we're going to go through that document. We're not going to read the document to you, but we are going to go through it to facilitate the discussions. Each department is going to present their operational and capital budget simultaneously. And as we go through it, I would encourage council members, if you have questions, to ask them during those particular sections. I know most of you have sent a lot of questions in advance, and we've answered most of them. But again, if any of those answers were not clear, or if you need more clarifications, don't hesitate during the day to ask for clarification, or if you have further questions, that's fine as well. While we go through it, we'll have some back and forth, I'm sure, and there might be some change requests, or council members might request to add things or to change things. That's fine. We'll be taking notes during the presentation, and we anticipate that once we do get through the document, we'll take a moment to go through our notes and to make sure we have a clear direction from council as far as if any changes are required and what to input for the next version of the budget. You also have the full budget in the budget binder document that was sent to each council members. We won't be going through that material, but we have access to it. So if ever there were tables or graphs that council has any questions on, we can always pull them up, put them on a screen, and have that discussion at that point in time. But there's no intention today to go through the line by line or those specific detailed graphs on debt and reserves and whatnot. Donc, pour commencer, tu peux aller à la page de budget process. So council has received this presentation in advance. So like I said earlier, I'm not going to go through the full details. You've seen the timeline of the budget process. I did want to highlight a bit on the public input side. So as we've already shown council when we did our strategic plan, we've surveyed the public regarding to see what their strategic priorities were. The strategic plan was built based on that, and our budget is built based on our strategic plan. Also wanted to mention that on December 12th, we did have our council's public consultation meeting, and we did receive many questions or requests. A total of about 24 requests were made during that public consultation, either in person or by email. And also 6 requests from the Accessibility Committee. And in total, we have about $630,000 included in the budget to respond to some of those requests. Let's put that at page treasurer's message. So again, just to give a really high-level overview of the budget, this is just certain portions of the budget that are addressed here, but main challenges and themes that were addressed or were met when preparing the budget. So as council knows, Canada is going through, well, and the world, a lot of inflation. So we did, year-to-year inflation was at about 7% in our nation. So that was an initial challenge that we had to deal with. This budget includes also some significant increases in our infrastructure, as well as a continuation of our rec complex plan. So we've seen some significant tax increases there. That being said, we've also presented council with an HR plan a few weeks ago, which first year is being implemented here in the 2023 budget. So we've managed to bring a budget to council with a tax increase of 3% at this point in time. Being able to deal with the inflation pressures as well as those other initiatives. One of the reasons we've been able to do that again is benefiting from the high growth that we're experiencing in our municipality over the last few years has helped us in that. So before we get into the departmental presentations, I just want to give a brief highlight of statistics on our tax levy, as we do every year. So in 2023, we expect to have a tax levy of $16.2 million. Essentially, our tax increase is at 3%, like I mentioned. So we are showing here just a graph comparing the last 4 years. We can see that we we're maintaining our tax increases consistently around that mark. The next graph is going to show you our actual tax levy increase. So the 3% tax increase represents about $478,000 in additional revenue. So 1% tax represents $160,000, just to give council a bit of context. And additional taxation coming from growth, so all the new constructions from 2022, is bringing the township about $1.1 million in additional tax revenue. And the next page is just, again, to show some comparables with our neighbors. So the same graphs that we show every year. You'll see that our tax rate is the second lowest among municipalities in the counties. There's just East Hawkesbury that has a lower rate than Russell. We also see in the bottom graph or table that Russell has the highest average assessment in all of the counties. So what that means is if we take our rate and our assessment, we have an average tax bill, or for the municipal portion, if you will, of $1,000, just over $1,800 per year for our residents, which represents, if we again compare ourselves with our neighbors, the fourth highest, which is still not bad considering that we have by far the highest average assessment. So on the taxation side, before we jump into the departmental budgets, is there any questions?
Any questions, members of council? No, I think it's pretty standard. Just so council is aware, I've had discussions with Richard. The chart that compares us to the local municipalities, I've asked if possible at some point in the future if we can add the city of Ottawa, the rural section of city of Ottawa, to see how we compare, because obviously with all the growth, a lot of people are coming from the city. So it'd be nice to see how we compare with the city of Ottawa. Not that we can compete with them, obviously, but based on quick calculations that I've looked at, we're not that far off. And if we actually had the commercial industrial level that the city of Ottawa has, we would actually be in a great place in comparison. So it's we often get that from residents, oh, the services are so much better in Ottawa, and they pay a lot less taxes. Well, I'm not sure that's actually true. So we'll down the road we'll look at adding that.
That's a good point, Mr. Mayor, and it wouldn't be too hard to add, so it's potentially something that we could add for the final version of this presentation that's going to be posted online. All right, so for our next page, je vais laisser la parole à M. Fannin pour parler un petit peu du plan des ressources humaines qui a été présenté au Conseil et les impacts budgétaires cette année.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So that we've witnessed a significant level of growth since 2016, but we haven't witnessed the same level of growth in the ability to support services. That's been pretty evident in my limited time here, watching gaps in fact grow in terms of infrastructure, particularly parks and recreation, even to some extent planning, we need to do a course correction. So to address the discrepancy, we undertook a level of service review and an organizational study with the assistance of KPMG, which concluded this past January, and they came up with some recommendations that we're about to put in an implementation plan together. But to bring our services into line, we've developed a specific human resource plan, which I presented at the last council discussion. The budget includes, in the first year, accounting for an additional 9 additional full-time employees, which will be onboarded in the second half of 2023. The cost associated with this specifically is approximately $385,000 for this fiscal year. The tax revenues related to the new construction of the township will once again reach record highs in 2022, but we've started to experience some slight declines in the issuance of building permits. We can expect our growth levels that may have actually reached their peak, in this particular economic cycle. But given that the economic cycle expecting to go into recession potentially in late 23 and early 24, they also expect that the impending recession will be fairly short-lived compared to previous recessions. So we are strategically proposing to front-load additional FTEs to maximize our capacity at a time when we need them, while benefiting from the financial gains resulting from recent growth. The 23 budget also includes a specific credit line representing our vacancy rate. Based on the analysis of the last 5 years, we've been working with an average of approximately 5% in the vacancy rate. Due to some outstanding reserve management policies, we're able to budget more aggressively while having the proper safeguards in place, and we'll be able to benefit from this planning in order to implement the HR plan while reducing the burden on taxpayers. We're also in the middle of conducting a salary market survey underway, but has yet to be completed, unfortunately. We had hoped for it to be completed by end of January. Working with the consultant firm that's doing this, they've got some staffing issues that we've been struggling with. So the draft budget does not include a specific recommendation on the market salary or cost of living adjustments for staff and council, but the report and recommendations will be presented to council at a later date, hopefully by the time we present the final version of the budget. However, provisions have been included nonetheless in the budget to be able to implement the recommendations retroactive to January 1st. All this to say is, once we can complete the market survey and come in with specific recommendations, the intention is to make it retro to January 1st of 2023, so it won't impact per se on the budget predictions that we have now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fontaine. Questions, comments? Councillor Tarnowski?
Just a quick question. The increase of FTEs from 112 to 119 for 23, it's my understanding that that doesn't include the fire department. Is that correct?
It does. It includes
It does.
1 to 2 full-time staff for the fire department at the
Okay.
senior leadership level.
Okay. So, through you, Monsieur Godin, just to confirm, so in that analysis, because you wrote me back saying that it wasn't included, so I'm a little confused.
Mr. Godet?
Oui, merci, merci, Monsieur le Maire. Oui, merci de la question, Conseiller Tarnowski. What I was referring to was that the specific Excel sheet that was that I had sent you after that meeting. Not to say that the FTE increase isn't included in the budget or in the HR plan, but the table that was presented excluded the fire services because we were going up from I think it was 2016 to 2022, and during that period of time there was no FTEs in the fire department, but there are some additional FTEs being added in 2023 and moving forward.
Follow up?
So I just want, so for the record, so 119 or 118.39 FTEs for 2023 is accurate. That includes the entire township.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Just in regards to the HR plan, I know that in the HR plan, I think it was for 2024, we were looking at potentially a financial analyst and someone who specializes in grant applications. You know, I would suggest that we might want to consider that for 2023 if we're going for, especially for grants for the big projects for the rec complex. And, you know, so I'm not sure if there needs to be a budgetary adjustment or just shifting around. I know the HR plan is very much a living document, but I think that that's two areas that we want to try and get funding, so we might need some expertise in that field.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's a great point. And when we were doing the prioritization of onboarding, there was some debate over which positions to come first in year 1, year 2. And the reason we made it over 3 to 4 years was both for financial and resource reasons. So in the current year, and given that we're already a couple of months into the year, I was a little concerned that we wouldn't have the staffing resources to move forward as quickly as I'd like to. I would obviously like to have them all hired and onboarded by June 1st. So the first priority is to get an actual, the administration services head into position, and then it'll determine where we can plug in the HR coordinator so that we have a 100% dedicated HR resource. Right now our HR resource is multi-hatted, posing some serious challenges for hiring. I agree that that element of it in terms of somebody who can help us get funding is a critical requirement, as is the idea of a data analytics specialist as well. So I'll take a look at the prioritization, see if there's wiggle room to either add an additional requirement for this fiscal or shift from a budgetary perspective. I'll have to consult with the treasurer to see if we can add, if we had the resources to hire in this year, whether we can add somebody or we are going to have to shift another resource to the right into fiscal 24 and focus on 23 with that particular requirement.
Yeah. Because obviously, you know, return on investment, right? If we can get somebody who gets some grant money, then it pays their salary, worthwhile in the long run. So, okay, thanks. Other questions or comments on this? No? Okay, we'll continue.
Merci, Monsieur Maire. All right, so now we're on to our departmental presentations. So each department head is going to turn by turn just present their high-level highlights for operational and capital budgets. We'll start with corporate services and including the council and the CAO's budgets. So here we're looking at overall for the council, for the CAO, the clerk's office, HR, IT, communications, finance, and asset management. On the operational side, just a few lines to highlight. Like Mr. Fana mentioned earlier on, we did implement or introduce this year a credit line for $385,000 representing our vacancy rate. This was done to help us in being able to implement our HR plan while reducing the burden on taxpayers. We're comfortable with this practice given the fact that we've following the implementation of our reserve management policy over the last few years, we've been able to build up some HR reserves. So we feel that the 5% usually does represent the savings that we do have on payroll. If we don't meet those savings, well, we still do have that HR reserve that's going to be able to cover that. Also, you'll see some significant increases in our interest revenues. That's due to, well, there's two factors here. First of all, our general bank, our bank account, the base interest rates have gone way up this year and have increased our return. And we've also introduced in 2022 an investment policy, allowing us to invest in GICs and other investment portfolios where we can have a higher return on our cash flow. So you'll see an increase in interest revenues, which are allocated to our reserves. They're basically distributed among all our reserves, so that when we do have money put aside for certain projects, they can grow adequately. Other highlights on the operational side in professional fees, you'll see that we have some money for studies in asset management. We want to continue our work towards having a fully self-sustainable asset inventory and being able to invest enough to cover our needs. We do anticipate needing to have some discussions with council in the near future regarding levels of service for our different assets, as much for infrastructure as for all of our other assets, buildings and parks and whatnot. Those are all to respond to requirements from the province that need to be met by. We have some obligations for 2024 and also some more obligations for 2025. So work is going to be done in that direction as well. And there's also funds in there for a corporate professional development program that's going to be initiated in 2023. You'll notice in the middle of the page, I just want to explain a bit what we're showing here. This is basically just a quick image for each different service of where your taxes go. So for corporate services, about 10.75% of taxation goes towards those services. We have it really detailed by specific department. For example, council, when you see $49.50, that means that approximately $50 of taxpayers' money goes towards council services every year. So that's just to give you a high-level overview of where taxation goes and something that could be useful for the public as well to consume.
Question? Sorry, Councillor Deacon?
Yeah, just looking for clarification, Monsieur Godin through Mr. Fonin. The percentages and the numbers we're looking at here are the proposed 2023 budget numbers, or they're 22?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, that's correct. These are the proposed 2023 numbers. As far as capital projects goes for corporate services, we have just over $120,000 in improvements and renewals at the town hall. The full capital project list is included in your binder material, so you've had a chance to have a look at that. I'm just going to highlight a few items. There's also $11,000 for the continuation of the historical plaques program, $67,000 in IT equipment replacement and additions, and just over $1.1 million in our fleet replacement program, included in the 2023 budget. Questions? Councillor Tarnowski?
Thank Thank you very much. Great presentation so far. Can I ask for future budgets? Because I really like that setup on a average municipal portion of taxes, so that we have this information, then compare it to previous year as well, right there. Because I think that's a really good. Those are good speaking points for our residents as well. So thank you.
Absolutely. If there's no further questions regarding the Corporate Services Department, je vais passer la parole à Madame Tremblay pour la section de Building and Planning.
Okay. Just une question vite fait, excuse Monsieur Godin. So the capital projects in this portion aren't necessarily under the list of the 10.75%, right? So it's not 1.71 million in fleet replacement additions only for these departments.
Yeah, merci de la question, Monsieur Maire. So that's a good question. And the reason we've put it here is following the adoption of our fleet management policy last year or the previous year, we've kind of centralized the fleet management activity. So no, there are vehicles here for other departments. I mean,
Right.
there's for all the departments are presented in that $1.1 million.
Okay, just wanted to
But
make
it-
sure,
we-
because I
we
knew
s-
there was other vehicles in other departments, so.
Right, but if you do have questions regarding vehicles, it would have been, it'd be now the time to pose them, just given that they are managed through asset management.
Okay. No, I think we're good. Or Councillor Deacon?
Sorry, just a point of clarification on the procedure today. Are we to propose any changes at this point as well,
Well, if,
before we move on to the next
so
department?
if it changes in relation to what's being presented right now, then we can have the discussion right now, definitely. So if it's in regards to,
Okay, not the line-by-line piece quite yet.
no.
Thank you.
It will be per whatever department we're dealing with. So just, Monsieur Godin?
Oui, Monsieur Maire. No, so just to clarify, I'm not sure what I understood correctly about the line by line. So we won't be going through the binary line by line. So if there are questions or requests for or suggestions for changes or for discussion about changes, if they're regarding the corporate services departments, now would be the time to bring them up.
Right. If we get to Parks and Rec, then it's Parks and Rec, then we'll deal with it. Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to mention in terms of the salary for the council members that I would prefer to see that on the second budget of this term.
So, yeah, clarification, what exactly, salary?
Yeah, so there's, sorry, I'm just looking up the line here. Salaries for elected officials. Do you want me to give the number or?
So we're talking about the 7% increase that's
Yes.
globally across the board? So, Monsieur Godin, that's, council gets, as per current policies, cost of living increments, whatever the case is, council gets the same thing as staff, correct?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. That's correct. So yeah, as per our current, the council's remuneration bylaw, council salaries would follow whatever cost of living adjustment is applied to all staff. And as Mr. Fonan mentioned earlier on, so we did include a 7% contingency to address that. Although we're not recommending a specific quota today to council because we've yet to receive the report from Corn Ferry. So that being said, we will be coming back to council to speak about salaries and as much for staff as council to see if any to see about the cost of living adjustment and the market study adjustment.
That'll come in later report
Exactly,
to council.
yeah. So although our current budget shows a 7% across the board, that number will change once we have those further discussions following the receipt of that report.
Okay.
So you will have the opportunity to suggest or changes regarding council salaries at the point in time.
Councillor Rerang and then Councillor Ternosky?
Yeah, so just, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So is Councillor Deacon suggesting that council not receive the cost of living adjustment that was put in place? Is that what you're suggesting? Or are you suggesting not to include any additional salary increases based on the report, the report requested from Councillor Ternosky at the last meeting, where the counties talked about a per resident rate and how low our council or our community was in terms of all the other municipalities. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly, because there may be additional discussions around council salaries at some point.
Councillor Deacon?
Thanks. This is all a bit hypothetical at this point, knowing that there is a market study waiting to come. But my piece was not so much related to the COLA in particular, but the market study piece, which is part of that 7%, as I understand.
Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. Yes, that's correct. So the 7% is there to cover both of those pieces, the market study and the COLA. And I do want to mention, so after last council meeting and Councillor Tarnowski's request to have a look at different models for how to calculate council salaries, we have started an analysis on that. You've provided us with some documentation and it's been helpful. We are working on developing some options and bringing a report back to council. So that's part of it too. On the staff level, we're waiting on a market study from our consultants. On the council level, we are looking at different ways to implement that calculation and to present council with options. So when we say we'll be back to council at a future date, and we're hoping it's before we adopt the budget, we'll be back with those two items separately to be able to discuss both of them.
Right, because part of the council is not included in the market study. That'd be a separate analysis from staff. Conseiller Lorrain?
And if you were to bring that, which again, hopefully it is before the adoption of the budget, because that makes sense, there is a HR reserve at this point in time. So if council does contemplate an increase, that could be covered off by the reserves that we've set in place over the years to ensure that we have no impact to this year's budget, correct?
Through you,
Mr.
Mr.
Godin?
Mayor. So that's correct. So when we do bring that report back to council, we will be able to show council all the information. So the impact on the budget, if any, and ways to be able to fund that. And there are some reserves available for that if needed. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tarnowski, we're good? Any other questions, comments at this point? No, we're good?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. Donc, comme j'ai dit plus tôt, je vais céder la parole à Mme Tremblay pour le département de construction et de planification.
Bon matin.
Bon matin.
Donc, on va commencer avec planning et building. Au niveau du planning et building, les budgets sont sensiblement pareils aux années précédentes. Donc, au niveau du département de planning, les highlights qu'il y a au niveau du département, c'est qu'on a inclus un 25 000 $ au niveau du programme du CIP. Donc, le CIP, le programme pour les rues principales en Brun et Russell doivent être updatés à tous les 5 ans. Donc, les programmes vont être révisés cette année pour les rues principales. Au niveau du CIP, du parc industriel puis du Business Park ici en arrière, ceux-là ont été adoptés l'année passée, donc eux autres sont encore bons pour une couple d'années. Donc, celui qu'on va réviser cette année sont seulement ceux pour le Village Core de Embrun et Russell. On a aussi inclus un 26 000 $ pour la consolidation de notre plan officiel. Donc, vous savez, avec le nouveau plan officiel des comtés unis de Prescott-Russell et avec le Bill 23, notre plan officiel doit être updaté, basé sur les modifications qui ont été faites dans les documents de la province. Donc, ceux-ci vont être révisés à l'intérieur de notre plan officiel. Donc, on refait cette année notre plan officiel. Des montants aussi ont été prévus dans les frais de développement pour couvrir la dépense qui est totale au niveau du plan officiel. On a aussi, subséquemment à notre plan officiel pour la consolidation, on doit refaire notre règlement de zonage. Donc, il y a plusieurs amendements qui vont être faits au règlement de zonage. Donc, on a inclus un montant de 12 000 $ pour couvrir cette dépense-là. Donc, ça, c'est les dépenses opérationnelles au département de planning. As for capital project, we've included $15,000 for the landscaping of the gateway of the village of Embrun. So that's the bike path that we're talking close to the A&W and the Starbucks property. I also want to mention as well that $15,000 doesn't seem a lot, but we've also applied for a grant that we should receive the response for that grant application this year. So that would cover the remaining of the amount that is not covered under this project.
How much is the grant?
It's $500,000. So we've also included the pedestrian crossing as part of this landscaping, the design and everything that would be covered under that grant application.
Okay, just so you're aware, members council are aware, I'm not sure if you noticed it in the minutes from the counties, but the counties in their 2023 budget have put funds aside for each mayor for positivity projects in their municipality. So each mayor is getting $50,000. So if ever there's some shortfalls or some projects that aren't included in the budget, that we could I'll have access to funds there as well.
So if we're not lucky in our
Well,
grant
I'm not getting
application.
it's not 500,000. I can tell you that. But there might be some aspects. Questions, Councillor Tarnowski?
Just to clarify on that, so the mayor has access to $50,000, and that was transferred equally across all the municipalities, or based on population size? How did?
At this point in time, the in the budget, there is $400,000 at the UCPR level. The process right now, there still the policy still needs to be put in place, but there was, it was pitched as $50,000 per mayor. So.
Shouldn't it be? It's interesting that it would be done like that based on just the same for everyone. Is there an argument there that it should be, or is there anything we can do to make sure that it's done based on population size or needs based on that?
Yeah, no, that's definitely, that's a good point. I mean, $50,000 in Castleman, for example, will go a lot further than $50,000 in the township of Russell. Definitely an argument. I would suggest that if councillors want to suggest a change to the UCPR, that I think Monsieur Bourgon, or correct me if I'm wrong, the $2 million budget for roads that the counties gives is based on the levy, correct? It's divided by the levy?
Merci, Monsieur Mayor. So yes, exactly. The transfer for the road department is based on the levy of every municipality.
So,
And I believe the Director of Public Works also added a variable for the length of roads, since it was really focused on roads.
yeah. So, good point, Councillor Tarnowski. If ever council feels that it should be not $50,000 per municipality, but rather per levy, we can always send pass a resolution at the next council meeting that, asking the counties to consider it, that it be a per resident or per levy business. Go ahead.
Can I just request we put that on the agenda for next council meeting, please?
Yeah. Council, okay that we send a resolution? Something will be presented to council, so Mr. Fawnin, Monsieur Godin can work with you for a resolution that we can bring up to council's consideration next meeting. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, is that for February 27th meeting?
Yeah, the agenda.
It's going out today.
today.
So,
We'll have something ready in the next couple of days.
so we'll do an amendment later?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Still on planning, Madame Tremblay?
Yeah, so that was for planning and for building. So as mentioned earlier, we've seen in 2022 a decrease in the number of building permits that were issued by 28% for residential permits. The number of single-family dwelling has also decreased by 55% from 2021. However, there's a lot of townhouse that has been built, as you could see, and that's an increase for 13% that we've seen from 2021. So we're talking about residential permit. Total in 2021, we've issued 340, and in 2022, we were at 264. The number of total permit issued completely was 591 in 2021, and now in 2022, we were at 470 building permits. So that was accounted in our revenues for building permits. There's no increase of building permits fees that are planned for next year, and there's no capital budget. I just want to mention for building permits that we've presented in 2021, and maybe for new councilors, the project of moving completely in digital. I can't say it even this year. Digital So, tout ce qui était papier, maintenant, on est transformé de façon électronique. Donc, toutes les revues de plans sont uniformisées maintenant avec un système qu'on utilise sur Bluebeam. Donc, ça évite beaucoup de risques d'erreur puis d'interprétation au niveau des inspections des inspecteurs de bâtiments. Donc, on est tout uniformisé. Le commentaire est tout le temps le même, que ce soit inspecteur A ou B sur les plans. Donc, au niveau du niveau de service, ça augmente énormément l'efficacité. Donc, je voulais juste mentionner qu'on est dans la transition de ce système-là depuis 2022, mais on complète là, tranquillement, pas vite, la transition, puis ça va super bien. Donc, je pense que les développeurs apprécient beaucoup que c'est uniformisé à travers, que ça soit, comme je mentionne, un inspecteur comparativement à un autre. Tous les commentaires sont les mêmes de la façon uniforme sur les plans. Donc, ça, c'est vraiment juste du côté opérationnel. Puis au niveau capital, il n'y a pas vraiment de rien au niveau du permis du département de construction.
Parfait. Merci, Madame Tremblay. Sounds like that is moving in line with our strategic plan in regards to innovation very nicely. Councillor Larrain?
Just two quick questions. So the first one is, so I noticed the items, the CIP program, the official plan, and the zoning bylaw up in the operational side of the house. Is that the total amount of those projects, or is there a development charge aspect to any of those that could be offset?
Madame
Yeah,
Tremblay?
so there are money in that's the total amount, but there's DC as well that are covering those amounts.
That are covering those amounts?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that's not an increase to the operational budget. Those are offsets through DC charges?
Exactly.
Okay. And then the landscaping project, you said there's a $500,000 grant that we're looking to do. If we don't get that grant, we're not using this 15,000? Or
I
is this
would
15,000
suggest that we
already?
still use it for the design at least.
Okay. So Mr. Godin, from a budgetary perspective here, in the capital budget, should we not see a $500,000 like an unfinanced project, $500,000 in there? Because we're looking for a grant for a project up to $500,000. I don't see that $500,000 anywhere.
Mr. Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. The grant, the $500,000 grant is not there currently. We do have 3 different projects in capital budget for that grant application, and Mr. Bourgon and Mme Tremblay can maybe clarify. But so there is that 15,000, which is more focused on the gateway, and then there's the 2 crossings that are included in the infrastructure budget as well. So essentially, the money's there to go forward with those projects if we do receive grant, and those projects are funded mainly through some of our reserves for growth management. If we do receive grants, then that's going to be just a good news in a sense that we won't need to use those reserves to fund those projects. So we'll be able to reallocate those towards future projects.
So we're using $500,000 worth of reserves to fund these projects if we don't get the $500,000 grant?
We're not currently using the full $500,000. So and maybe Madame Talia, I don't know if you can speak more on the grant application details, but I would assume that if we're successful, we'll be able to go further in the scope.
Yeah, so the 15,000 was just for the design.
Right.
But the $500,000 application grant includes one of the crossing that is in the capital budget of the infrastructure. I don't know what the amount, but maybe Jonathan could clarify. But there's also like the sodding and the design and everything else that would be used to do that project.
I
Yeah.
get it.
Okay.
But I don't see the offset here, and I should see the fact that we're getting $500,000, that we're looking to get $500,000 to do these projects. So can I assume then, Mr. Bourgon, that in your capital budget, there's a grant, in the grant column, it says whatever that amount is for that crossing, or are you paying that out of reserves and hoping you're going to offset it with a grant?
Mr.
I
Godin?
just want to make sure I understand correctly, because $500,000 is a lot of money.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I can clarify that. So the grant is, like, the $500,000 revenue is not accounted for in the budget. And the reason is it's not secured, right? We're not counting on it, but we don't want the projects to be conditional on getting the grant either. There are things that have to move ahead. So we have identified funding for them, but if we do get a grant, if we have a successful application, then that's going to be that's going to allow us to not use that funding that we've identified.
So
Right.
I guess maybe I can, so the funding as it is, where does it fall? Does it fall under asset and HR and reserves? So if they're coming out of those two sections and we get funding, it's just reimbursing or it's avoiding that expense from those reserves and that asset reserve, correct?
That's right. The funding is coming from our reserves.
So there's no budgetary impact. Whether we get the $500,000 or not, there's no budgetary impact per se because it's just, we're saving that expense.
Right. So there wouldn't be any impact on our taxation dollars. It would just, yeah, that's correct.
But those projects are not all of those projects are reported in the capital budget to make up the $500,000.
Right.
So there needs to be an offset of $500,000 if you're applying for a grant for $500,000 to do X amount of projects. Right? I'm just throwing a number. You're doing 5 projects. They're $100,000 each, but you're gonna do 3 of them, right? For $300,000, and those are reflected in the budget coming out of reserves. Well, that other $200,000 still needs to be reflected in the budget somewhere, and if it's not, then we're not accounting properly for those projects.
Mr. Godin? Because if I would assume, for example, that $200,000, if it was $200,000 that was not anticipated in the budget and we received the grant, then a report would come to council to say we've received the grant. Here's what we're suggesting with the $200,000.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I understand your comments, and I'm just going to be speculation. I'll ask Madame Tremblay maybe to confirm, but there could be we could apply for a grant for $500,000, and it could be that in 2023 we're only doing the design, and the next phase would be in 2024 where the rest of those funds would be spent, which would explain why it's not in this year's budget. But I mean, Madame Tremblay can confirm
And at
that.
the same time, we could apply for a grant of 500,000 and not end up, if we don't get the grant, it's not gonna cost us $500,000. I don't know if that makes sense, like.
Oh, it does. I just, in my opinion, and I know we've seen it in the past across all the lines. We're gonna do this project if we get this grant. So why would we not continue with that same methodology so that at least we can say that was in the budget of 2023? Because right now, and again, I'm just throwing my numbers out, that $200,000, when you come back, you're gonna come back with a report and say, I got a grant for $200,000. But it's not something that was in our original budget. So from a transparency perspective to the public, this is what we're going to do with the money that we've applied for. We don't show that up front. We're going to show it after the fact. And I think it needs to be shown up front. That's just my opinion, based on what we've done in the past, and it should show the project.
I understand the reasoning. I'll take it one step further, though, because sometimes there's grant opportunities that come out throughout the year that we didn't forecast. So are we going to not apply for stuff because it wasn't transparent in the budget, right?
I totally agree. The stuff that is unforeseen.
Right.
But these are things that are foreseen. This is what we want to do. Now, if it's the case where the project wouldn't be done till 2024, I get it. But if there's anything you're going to do in 2023, again, my opinion, it should be represented in the budget, either as an unfinanced or as a financed through grant only.
If I may just add, like, this grant application was done last year, like at the end of last year.
Yeah.
And we don't even know what's the timeline to get an answer for that grant. So there's so much uncertainty that those projects that were put in the budget for, I won't speak for Jonathan, but for the 15,000, those are the ones that we're gonna for sure move without or with the grant. So the grant is just like a bonus that, let's say if we get this, we get the 15,000, we do the design of the landscaping, the grant will just apply for work to be done in 2024. So that's why in my perspective, that's why we left it at whatever in the budget this year is for sure moving forward with or without the grant.
Okay, so the grant is then technically for works that would be done in 2024 after.
Over the top of what's already planned in the budget, as we don't even know, there's no dates of when they're gonna announce,
The funding.
yeah.
Okay. Councillor Deakin?
Just because we're on this point, just to clarify that there are funds in the infrastructure budget for a pedestrian crossing at Notre Dame and Saint-Guillaume. So that piece has been committed regardless of a grant that's coming through or not.
Monsieur Bourgon, can you comment?
Merci, Monsieur Mayor. So yes, there's budget allowed right now for the 2 crossings near the roundabout. The county also approved paying their share of the poles of the lighting for those two crossings.
Right, so those items, which will happen in 2023, are part of the budget, are in the discussion, but you're talking about the works that potentially could go forward in 2024, those are not, because we don't know, you know, you don't even know exactly until this $15,000 is spent for the design, we don't even know what's going to be included, correct?
Exactly, yeah.
Councillor Tarnowski.
Merci. Une couple de questions. Alors, premièrement, on the refunds on expired building permits, we're expecting a decrease by about 35%. Is that like directly linked to the fact that we are experiencing less building permits? Is that the relation there? Or?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this account is not, it's based on the refunding that we have at the end. So it's the amount that you see in the actuals are not accurate because there's still building permits from 2022 that are not closed. So the way it works is when we issue a building permit, they have a year to close their building permits and request the final. And then if they don't do that, then we keep 25%. So it's always ongoing. So that's why you see there's an actual big amount difference in between the 120 to 55, but it's because it's ongoing all the time.
They don't follow a fiscal year.
Exactly, because it all depends on when the 2022 building permits was requested and when they close it.
But if I may, but regardless, the pattern over the last few years is like it's showing that it's still a decrease, considerable decrease.
Yeah, it's because it's always ongoing. That's why we never see the actual numbers. I don't know if that makes sense, but
But we did see a decrease in building permits,
yes.
so that would account for.
But again, it doesn't really matter because sometimes even if you have the decrease, we could issue, they could all follow the year, right? Sometimes you don't lose that 25%. So the amount that we see in that revenue is the 25% that we keep when they don't close it in a year.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go with that. Okay, a few more questions, Mr.
Yep.
Mayor, if I may. We're still seeing revenues for transit sponsorship. So just a clarification on that. Why are we still seeing that?
Is that the huts?
Yeah, so we still have les abribus. On a
Okay.
encore des contrats de
Okay, c'est beau.
publicité là-dessus.
Okay, parfait. Industrial park sale of land, 8.5 million. And this year's budget, we had 4 million, but right
That's EcoDev.
I didn't do that yet.
now... OK, c'est beau. Je reviens à ça. Ça, c'était EcoDev. Attends une seconde. Après ça, oui, that's it for me. Merci.
Any other questions on building and planning? We're good?
Au niveau du développement économique, le développement économique dans les projets capitaux, dans les projets, les projets pour les highlights, on a inclus 10 000 $ pour les promotional materials, ce qui est les community profiles. Donc, par 2023, on désire updater toutes nos community profiles. Ça, c'est des documents qu'on a sur nos sites Internet, qu'on donne aux développeurs, tout ce qui est le database, les highlights de la municipalité, les vidéos que vous avez sûrement vues sur nos sites Internet. Donc, on essaie de... Avant, ces documents-là, c'est des documents plus papier, qui étaient beaux à voir sur papier. Maintenant, on a augmenté le standard pour être plus interactif sur notre site Internet, donc que les gens puissent avoir accès aux informations plus facilement. Donc, on a eu une subvention pour ce programme-là. Donc, c'est pour ça qu'on a inclus le montant de la différence de 50 qui est le programme de RED, qui est une demande de subvention qu'on a eu les fonds pour être capable de procéder avec ces updates-là. Le deuxième projet, c'est 4 000 $ pour l'organisation du Promote Local Businesses. So we have organized the Meet Me on Main Street in Russell for Russell in June 2023 at the Russell Fairground as part of the 125th anniversary of the Village of Russell. So we include money in the budget to be part of it. So the municipality, the EcoDev department will be responsible to organize that event in partnership with the other organization of the Village of Russell as part of the 125th anniversary of the Village of Russell. We've also included money to create a Shop Local campaign. So as you know, every year we do a campaign for Shop Local. So we include money as well as part of that. and $15,000 to develop a business plan for a co-working center. So this has been part of our budget for a couple of years now, but we've successfully hired a consultant that is working with the businesses, with the government of in the city of Ottawa. And they have prepared a business plan to see if a co-working center would be successful in the Township of Russell. So we're at the stage of just evaluating if there's a need and if there's people that would be interested in participating in this event, in this project. So we've have $15,000 that was included in the budget for that. And we've also included money for a business licensing program. So we've also included that as part of the budget business plan of this year. So we're trying to move forward to have licensing for businesses in order to know which businesses that we have in our township, make sure that we promote them, not a licensing to get revenues out of it or to mettre des bâtons dans les roues aux entreprises. C'est vraiment juste pour avoir un partnership avec eux autres, faire sûr qu'on est capable de les promouvoir de la bonne façon, puis de faire ceux qui existent. Aussi, on a updated our retail market demand study. So, on a déjà fait dans le passé un retail market demand study that was done 5 years ago. So, obviously, there's new commercial sites that were included. There's new commercial businesses that were installed in the Township of Russell in the last couple of years, so we want to update that. As well, we had hotel market analysis that was done. So since we're moving forward with the complex to see if a need of a hotel would be required, so we're all going to update those reports. And we have the last but not least $50,000 that was included in the EcoDev budget to revoir notre plan stratégique de développement économique. Ça aussi, ça a été fait 5 ans passés, donc on veut updater notre plan stratégique pour revoir nos priorités au niveau de nos entreprises, puis revoir les... dans ce plan stratégique-là, on avait les moyens court et long terme, stratégie pour les entreprises locales, attirer les entreprises, retenir nos entreprises. Donc, on refait ce plan-là cette année. Puis les évaluations qu'on avait eues au niveau des coûts, c'est 50 000 $. Donc, on a inclus les 50 000 $ dans le budget opérationnel pour le développement économique.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Tremblay. Monsieur Godin, just throwing it out there, I know that we know that every 4 years we have an election. We started numerous years ago that every year a little of the budget is put aside for, you know, so we hit that 4-year mark that we have the funds necessary. When it comes to every 5 years, we need to do an OP, zoning, you know, reports or studies that have a significant impact. Do we want to consider moving forward that, you know, a little bit amount is done every year so that, you know, we know it's coming, so we just plan ahead of it? Just throwing it out there.
Oui, merci, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's definitely a consideration. It's something we can look at. We do try to stabilize as much as possible for studies. We know every year we have different studies that we have to do. So typically they won't impact too much the taxation needs. For example, the EcoDev strategic plan here is covered from a specific reserve. So we are working towards making sure that we don't
Right.
just randomly increase taxes for a
For
specific
those
study.
studies. Okay. Conseiller Lorrain and then Councillor Ternosky.
Yeah, just want to say I do like the plan for the co-working center review. I think with the recent announcements for the federal government going back to work, even just a couple of days a couple of days a week, as part of that program, they are allowed to go to a co-working location, and I think one of the nearest ones is Place d'Orleans or, you know, somewhere else. So for this area, that could be massive opportunities for people to not have to drive all the way into somewhere to co-work in this, you know, in the environment that we're continuing to live in. So I think that's a great idea.
Yeah. I've had conversations with RMP Francis Drouin on that, so I'm sure he'll want to be kept up to speed on trying to get that going.
Yeah, and we will bring a report to council with the findings of that report. And obviously, as Lisa knows, we've been talking about this for a while now, and we had surveys in the community prior to COVID. So COVID did change the scenarios of who's working where. So the person that we hired is actually the one that got the contract with the government to work at the Place d'Orléans. So he knows the market and he knows exactly what he's talking about. So it's really exciting that report is completed.
Okay, might be an opportunity for our new Emblem Library branch.
We had that discussion with the consultant, and obviously it's a partnership that we're looking for. Yeah.
Perfect. Councillor Ternosky, then Councillor Deacon.
Okay, I have a few questions. First of all, I don't see anything for local flavors. Is that gone forever?
Madame Tremblay.
No, it's not. I don't want to say it is, but it's not, no. Because of COVID, obviously, we stopped doing it, but we kept money in the budget last year. Now we're refocusing on the Meet Me on Main Street. Next year, we'll bring back the Rendez-vous des Saveurs Locales.
Okay, because I'd like to vote for that one. It's a really positive one, especially in the winter months and so on. Okay, a few other questions I had pertaining to the industrial park, sale of land, 8.5 million.
Wait.
I'm going to go over the details for that.
Okay, so I
Yeah,
won't ask that
sorry.
question. No problem. It's what else did I have? I had something else here pertaining to AgDev. There was a 15K grant that we're accounting for. So that's money in the bank. That's a for sure grant.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Lisa.
Thank you. Through Mr. Fawnin to Madame Tremblay, I just wanted to congratulate you and Mademoiselle or Madame Carrière aussi on the work on the co-working center. I was just wondering if you could clarify a bit. You mentioned the City of Ottawa. Is there some sort of a partnership happening there to help us reduce costs of the budget of this report, or some sort of, I'm just looking for clarification on that role.
So through Mr. Mayor, the conversation that we had with the City of Ottawa is to see their models and see like which one that are existing in the city, which one are working and not working for the co-working centers. But there's no contribution about
Okay.
the $50,000. This would come from our own budget.
So if I understand, the City of Ottawa has co-working centers for their staff?
No, the ones that in the City of Ottawa. So we had conversation with staff at the City of Ottawa level and to see which one in the City of Ottawa were working and the zoning and everything else like that. So it was just conversation that we had with the City of Ottawa.
Just
No
fact-finding.
involvement with partnership.
Okay, I understand. And just one more comment was I would be very interested to see the exploration of the library space in Salle Camille Pichet. I see a lot of overlap in the uses of those spaces as community hubs. So I'm very glad that you're looking at that.
Perfect. Continue, Madame Tremblay. Oh, excuse. Monsieur Lalonde.
Yeah, merci. Just for Dominic, just because I'm looking for numbers, but can you just give me off the top of your head again what the budget amount looks like for the Village Core Revitalization Program? What kind of money is in that?
So for the industrial park, we have a total of $75,000, and for the village core, it's 50.
50,000?
Yeah,
So that's for the community improvement plan,
yeah, for the
correct?
CIPs, yeah.
Yeah, so
Village
the-
core. So the total amount of funding for those programs is 50,000 for village core and 75,000 for. So you don't see those amounts because we're transferring whatever was not spent from the year before. So we're just covering what's remaining to get to that 75 and that 50.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay, parfait. Madame Tremblay?
Industrial park. So for the industrial park, we have included in the capital project amount of money for the construction of the new road. So as you know, we've purchased extra land in 2022 to expand our 417 industrial park, and we have to continue that road. So there's money in the budget that was included for the design and for the start of construction of that road. The road that we're talking about is the extension of Emma Street. The amount of money that was included for the revenues is land that we're waiting for designation from the ministry. So as you know, the United County of Prescott-Russell agreed to redesignate those properties as trade and industry, but we're waiting for the ministry approval to move forward and be able to sell those properties. But those 8.5 million of revenues that was included is lands that already have some sort of facade on an existing street, but we need to continue that street as well to be able to sell those properties. After discussion with Alori, we could sell those property conditional as moving forward with the street, obviously. So that's why there's 85 acres that were included as a property that would be sold in 2023 with that road construction as well. So there's other capital project that was included for street light, hydro, and Enbridge as well to be extended fiber optic on that extension of the street. The extension to Emar completely to ED Road, which would cover the entire property that we've purchased, is a lot more, but we've separated half of it, so half would be done in 2023 and the other half would be done in 2024. So we didn't account for the remaining of the property that would be sold later on when that street would be built. There's grants as well that could be potentially, we've met with a representative just last week, Denis Lapierre, that told us that we could be maybe eligible to apply for a grant for the road construction. So I didn't talk with Richard or Jonathan about it, but it's something that we're going to probably look at maybe to be successful in the grant application. And Denis would be helping us to fill up that application, which probably would help, and political help would obviously be required in this application. But these are the projects that we have in our 417 Industrial Park for next year.
Is the grant federal or provincial?
It's,
One of the two.
I'll tell you.
Okay. Councillor Chernowski?
Just a final point on that item. There was 4 million in revenues for this year that we don't see on it. I just wanted to see that's secured, right?
So the 4 million was for a sale that was done to New Build. Unfortunately, they pushed the contract. They wanted to have an extension to their deadline for the contract. So it is, I would say, 99%. We're still moving forward. They're just looking for funding on their side to be able to move forward with the project. So they've been pushing the contract of the closing of the date of the contract. Just to reassure members of council, that was a 40-acre with an option of 60-acre that they wanted to purchase. The 85-acre that we've included to be sold was at a price of $100,000 an acre, the same as what we've sold to New Build. However, council will see a report with a full financial plan to determine the cost of the land that would be established. So it's possible that it would be more than $100,000 moving forward. However, with New Build, we're still in discussion, and they want to move forward. However, they're looking for funding. They've reassured us that even if they wouldn't get the funding, that they were kind of expecting that they would still move forward. And the person that we're dealing with is not in a condition to have discussion. Unfortunately, that person is
Health-wise at this point.
yeah, exactly. So we're kind of pending on that person to come back to work to be able to finalize the contract.
Councillor?
Thank you very much. That's good to know. So from a risk perspective to the township, if I just want to clarify that I understand correctly, if it was to fall through, even though it's at 90 whatever percent, sure, if it was to fall through, what you're telling us is that there's a good chance we could resell it at a higher rate down the road. So
Correctly.
Okay.
And just to, again, reassure members of council is that we have a waiting list of clients we have about 25 businesses that are just pushing every day to request us to move forward. So I'm not concerned at all that if they're not moving forward, that we have somebody else in line to be able to sell it to and at a higher cost.
On that note, out of the 25, if you will, how much acreage does that represent roughly? Do you know?
For
Like,
the,
for
the
the tw-
entire businesses?
Yeah,
that
like on
we
the
wouldn't
waiting
have
list.
any more land available.
we would have no land available
If
whatsoever.
we're moving with our waiting list, we have no more land.
Is that including the 250 acres we're getting from the counties?
No, I mean like where we're servicing.
Right.
Yeah, no, we would still have the south portion still available.
How much acreage was the south?
80,
80.
yeah.
So potentially out of the 250 we're gaining, we could empty it and have 80 left.
Yeah.
Okay. Good to know because, I know that the counties did a, 10-year plan, but realistically, we could be sold out in a couple of years.
Yeah.
And would need more designation at that point in time.
Yeah, and again, we're, with the administration, just as well, we're talking about, as you know, this is not the elephant in the room, the servicing in the 417 Industrial Park, so we'll bring a report to council at the beginning of April to be able to have a decision on either moving forward with servicing or not in the 417 Industrial Park.
Right.
So this business plan right now, like with moving forward with the road construction, is in the budget, but with discussion with Richard and Jonathan and Dan, is that we're gonna not give the contract for the road construction if council decide to move forward with servicing. So this is still pending on discussion with council to having water, sewer, or anything else in the
Right.
417.
Obviously, we're not going to build a road just to tear it up
Exactly.
18 months later
Yeah.
when the pipe's
So
going by.
the decision is gonna, we're putting the money in the budget, knowing that there's still pending decision on moving forward with the servicing. However, having that discussion with Denis last week with the grant application, we need to have the money in the budget in order to apply for the grant. So that's
Yeah.
why I'm more comfortable to putting that money in the budget, knowing that we could apply for the grant. And if worst case scenario, we decide to have water and sewer, then we'll proceed with design only this year and move forward with 2024 with the rest of it.
Yeah. If, looking at it, if there was a grant to show up, that could offset some of the costs to bringing the services.
Exactly, yeah,
So-
so
There's opportunities there.
it's all positive.
It's all positive. I like to hear that. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Lalonde?
Merci. I was going to ask on the issue of servicing about the water, but I guess Dominic has answered that. There's a study taking place now on that. You're doing the analysis on services, including water and sewer for the park?
So maybe Jonathan wants to, so council gave the contract of the design of water and sewer. Jonathan, I don't know if you want to.
Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Donc, les plans et devis sont prêts pour apporter l'eau et les égouts au parc. Le conseil a donné le contrat 2 ans passés à une firme d'ingénierie pour faire ces analyses-là et déterminer le vrai coût de construction. Nos coûts datent de décembre 21. Évidemment, on va devoir faire un ajustement suite à l'inflation de 2022. Mais c'est ce qui va être présenté au conseil, là, comme Mme Tremblay l'a mentionné là, en avril.
This, it'll come back in a couple of months, and it'll be very much a political vision discussion as to which direction council will want to go in. Like anything else, it's the type of project that you're not going to make everybody happy, and we'll have to decide which direction we go. Mr. Fonin?
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to preclude this discussion because I'm quite frankly really looking forward to it. So is the administration because it's been under dialogue for many years, but there's quite a few moving parts. So I would strongly recommend that we sort of table that element of it for the broader discussion, which will go into the strategies and all the complexities that are involved in the decision on this particular issue, because there are quite a few very significant factors which council is going to have to consider in the short, medium, and long term in terms of costing, purpose, probability of successful achievement and such.
Yeah, no, definitely. And even in the, it's a discussion then, but even last night at the event, I had discussions about it with potential investors. Everybody's watching the township right now, so it'll be interesting to see where it goes. All right. Anything else for Madame Tremblay from the EcoDev side? Anything else to add, Madame Tremblay?
No, I just want to mention as well, like we've talked about it, but the CIP again for the 417, it's really working well and the businesses are really embracing the project, the grants application. So it's been really successful in the 417 Industrial Park and the Business Park as well. So there's money that are being given for construction as well for like DC rebate and cash in year. So that's why we are able to attract more businesses because they have those rebate from the beginning when they apply for those programs. So just want to mention that it's a good program to have.
Yeah, well, it's investing in ourselves, right?
Yep.
You know, a small investment of $10,000-$20,000 for the business, we make it up in spades in taxation for years to come. So it's a great. Councillor Tarnowski?
I think on that note, I just want to mention that a couple of the business owners there were really happy with the signage. Do we have contingency for the next windstorm to fix it? But
It's
it's really good. It's really appreciated.
Yeah,
Perfect.
it happens.
Yep.
But yeah, so it was fixed, and we've learned from it. Let's put it this way.
good to know. If there's nothing else, then I guess we can move on to the next item.
Merci, M. le maire. Oui, donc avec ça, je vais céder la parole à M. McBain pour présenter son premier budget du département de feu.
Welcome, Chief. I'm sure it'll be painless.
Bonjour and bon matin. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So yeah, as you can see, I'll speak to the operational side first, just a couple of the highlights, and possibly for members of council to a little background and understanding of our professional qualifications that we have to do now with the fire department. So in the budget, we have put in for $31,000 for courses for the firefighters. That's the cost to take the course by the service provider or by the province. And then the salaries of $131 for those part-time firefighters to take those courses, those mandatory courses that we have to. So the province of Ontario passed a mandatory legislation, regulation called firefighter certification, where every firefighter in the province of Ontario has to be quote, quote, qualified now and certified. So these trainings have to be done. The regulation came into effect as of July 1st, 2022, so just this year. They gave us a transition period to meet those qualifications. So the first point of contact is July 1st, 2026, that we have to meet the requirement. And the second phase is 2028, July 1st, 2028. So for this budget, we're looking at we looked quickly at what our requirements are for those firefighters to get to that minimum qualification. And we also had, out of our existing firefighters, we had 10 new recruits that we hired this year. These new recruits must be qualified by July 1st, 2026, meaning they have to have those certifications. A new firefighter today with no qualifications, it's almost 500 hours of training that the firefighter has to take in order to become certified. So the first two courses that they're going to do this year is almost 260 hours that they have to take just this year in the first portion of the certification. So hence the reason why we have this large dollar amount for certification going forward. In the regulation, there's different classes of firefighter. For our municipality, we're classified as a full service firefighter, meaning that we can do interior attack, meaning we can go into a building that's on fire. We can perform vehicle extrication, hazardous material operations, meaning carbon monoxide detection, going into someone's house and verifying the carbon monoxide leaks and spills of flammable liquids and so forth. So that's the classification of firefighter that our municipality will fall under. Again, this qualification is these requirements are for current firefighters who have to get caught up that may have been missing a couple. A lot of our firefighters have been grandfathered over the years because we've done the training. It's just in the last 5 years, some new firefighters that have been hired who haven't gone through the complete cycle as of yet.
So,
yes.
question, and it's perhaps long-term vision thinking in regards to this one. So essentially, our firefighters, being volunteers, will have to be fully trained like a City of Ottawa firefighter, for example.
our volunteer/part-time firefighters is just like any other firefighter in a professional service or full-time service like Ottawa or any other city.
Right.
Correct.
So long-term, I know historically, and I think this was more in the union side where, for example, City of Ottawa firefighters are, the bigger cities would not allow their firefighters to become volunteers in smaller municipalities. I'm not sure if that's being looked at the higher level because, traditionally that's where we used to get our expertise. It seems like the province is forcing municipalities to essentially all have full-time fire staff.
So not necessarily full-time staff. Obviously, we have to look at our risks and our call volume. So just looking at the call volume for our township, in 2021, we did about 210 calls. In 2022, we did 338.
Right.
So our volume is increasing, obviously, with our population and our risks. So with that, yes, staffing is going to be an issue as we look down the road. You bring up a good point about a full-time firefighter working as a part-time volunteer firefighter. The Fire Protection and Prevention Act, there was some other municipalities in the province that challenged it legally, and we call it a two-hatter, being a full-time and a volunteer, and it is now permitted. It was challenged, and the cities have won that requirement. So in our township right now, I believe we have 5 Ottawa firefighters that are also with us. So
My concern to some degree is if we don't have a full-time fire service here, all the people that are working for us are going to get the township to pay for all the training, and then they're going to be able to say, now I'm applying full-time elsewhere. And that is going to be a risk for us, correct?
yeah, Mr. Mayor, for sure that would be a risk. And we also look at part of our recruitment also is La Cité Collégiale has a pre-fire service program. So the students that come out of there are already fully certified. Therefore, we do not have to have that additional training. And also Algonquin College has that pre-service, and with numerous other municipalities or college across Ontario that offer that pre-service. So obviously, if possible, we would be always looking towards that if it's the correct candidate for us. If not, we have to train from scratch. So,
Okay. Mr. Fon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've had quite a bit of discussion over this issue of capacity and capability. Capacity being a growing community with growing requirements, as the chief pointed out. So there's a fundamental capacity in terms of bodies, particularly daytime response capability, weekday daytime response capability. The capability of our firefighters has been set by the province, so there's that element that standardizes it, which I think sort of transitions, although I know there's personal tax implications for volunteer firefighters, transitions the service from a volunteer service to a part-time professional service over time. One of the emphases you'll hear about is the movement towards placing more emphasis on preventive activity, specific preventative activity, and you'll see that reflected in the FTE efforts as well going forward. But that's not a permanent solution. That is simply a recognition that the more time spent in prevention should be the less time spent in response. But we take the philosophy that hope for the best, plan for the worst. So I wanted to point that out in terms of where we're seeing it. I think it's a very positive shift in the service because it increases the professionalization of the occupation and provides greater safety. So even from a pure liability perspective, the township is actually basically paying for the assurance that our service members are qualified to the highest level possible, preventing any liability on the department as well.
Thank you. Questions, comments, members of council? Councillor Tarnowski, Conseiller Lalonde.
Thank you very much. So a couple of questions. So obviously the cost of the fire service is increasing, quite substantially, and I think it's perfectly normal, and so I'm not debating that it's not a good thing. I think it makes sense. I do have some questions on process in terms of moving forward. I would like to see us start, now that we have a central chief, I would like to start seeing a centralized accounting for the fire service, and still have the sub-departments within that, because I think in some senses it makes sense. But once we start hiring full-time that will benefit the entire community, I think it should be centralized in that sense. I think it'll be a lot easier for us to understand those costs and be able to certainly explain them. So that would be a request for budgets moving forward, if that's at all possible. And I was also going to ask, that now that we are centralizing, and I understand we're adding some costs because of full-time salaries. Now, are there any economies of scale that you can see us benefiting from in doing this down the road? I know they're not here now because of the increased salaries, but are there some economies there that we can benefit from?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor, Councillor. What we're going to be looking at is this year we'll be bringing in a new establishing and regulating bylaw to council for approval, hopefully by the fall, for the new structure of the fire service for the amalgamation into one fire service. Because as you well know, right now we're the Russell Fire Department and the Embrun Fire Department under two legal names under the Russell Township Fire and Rescue Services. So with the one bylaw, hopefully then that will reflect on the GL. Right now it's just Station 1 and Station 2. So we'll be combining that together. As I get into the full time position on April 1st, looking at potential cost efficiencies and savings is in the last 6 months under Chief Armstrong, we have been starting to centralize. We were maybe having some different suppliers for different items, and we're trying to centralize that and using the same suppliers going forward for that cost saving. And then also looking at it through the township of, the counties with the other fire services. Can we get together and group buy with the other fire services or have a contract to purchase, to potentially get some cost savings that way? So lots to look at in the future, yes.
Councillor Lalonde, then Councillor Lorrain.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question. I know City of Ottawa the last 2 years has opened up, I think, a total in the last 2 years about 50 or so full-time positions. And I'm wondering, and they've just closed another session, I guess, just now of 25 new positions, full-time. Has Russell or Embrun Fire Service lost any of its part-time firefighters to those full-time positions in the last couple of years?
Great question, through your worship. We have not. We have, if anything, some of our fighters have maybe applied, and I foresee them applying for that. However, with the permission of having a double hatter or having the full-time and part-time, I don't foresee losing them, that they would still stay and benefit our community. Some of the data that I have just for 2022, because we started doing some data metrics this year, 70% of our call volume is between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Out of that 338, 70% is daytime, Monday to Friday. And I think 40% of that was on weekends. So daytime really, really hurts us to get our minimum personnel. There's criteria that we have to meet that we're, have to struggle to attain. And that's part of our operational plan to come forward with and work on. So it's, yes, Ottawa is hiring 25 full-time. If we're comparing to the Ottawa volunteer side, I think we're pretty comparable for staffing-wise that way. So it's just our daytime response is the key.
Follow-up?
Just to follow up, yeah, I guess it comes down to the same challenges we have in other departments here, which is attracting and retaining. I know in our own family why the attraction is so strong to get that full-time firefighter job is the benefits, 100% dental coverage, never mind, and the rest of it. So I guess it's something that we have to consider, just like in every other department and any other position.
Mr. Mayor, if I may add, and we have to think of it as, yes, we're called volunteer firefighters, but the only volunteer part is if you can make a call or not. Training is mandatory for all our call, so it's really hard to, do you leave that birthday party to go to a call, but, that's your commitment. So, yeah, there could be lots of potential changes down the road as we look at our call volume increasing.
Thank you. Councillor Lorrain?
Two quick things. The first one is, historically, so just to give some context to this, and this may help, I think one of the questions that was asked at the other end of the table is, economies of scale. Can we try and put things together? I think the two fire chiefs that we had previously and over the last, I'm going to say, probably 8 years, did an amazing job at actually doing their budgets together and really ordering together as a group things like bunker gear and equipment and stuff like that. Prior to that, and I can say that because I've been here for prior to that, they were done separately. Like Emblem would do it one way, Russell would do it another way, regardless of the savings that could have been had. So I think there has been a great deal of amalgamation to that type of stuff. So I think that's great. Now, is there any, and maybe you might have said this and I might have missed it, but is there any way that now at the county level we can be looking at that like we do with paving projects and whatnot with all the fire services? I mean, is that something that we can be speaking to all the chiefs from all the other departments and see, hey, you know what? We need 20 bunker gears this year. You need 15, you need 12, you need 8. Let's order them all together and see if we can actually get a better savings to that and things like that. Is that something? And fleet purchases as well, right?
I think, there has been some things that have, I'll say, been uploaded to the counties. Dispatch is a perfect example where we used to be individual, now it's county level. But Chief, I'm sure there's internal discussions with between all the professionals.
Yeah, no, for sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, yeah, I would say that we've done a great job in the last few years purchasing, like we're buying the same bunker gear from the same manufacturer, our breathing apparatus, most of our protective equipment. So yes, we'll try to find savings whenever we can in the future. Looking at it from the county level and our neighboring municipalities, I think that's where we can maybe work with. Like, for example, next year's budget is our breathing apparatuses have meet their 15-year life cycle. That's going to be like almost $600,000. So can we work with our neighbors? When is their orders due? Can we try to start working on a similar cycle? We're using one manufacturer, another department's using a different manufacturer. Can we start streamlining those kind of things? So I think there's efficiencies that we could look at the county level, and hopefully that's where we can find those savings.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deakin?
Thanks. I was just wondering about how the mutual aid agreement works, if that is with certain departments and how how those numbers come to be and how they're put into a reserve or utilized year by year.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor. Great question. Mutual aid is a provincial requirement. So it's the Ontario Mutual Aid System, where one fire service will assist the other fire service. And it's for like services. So just for an example, if we have a pumper truck and a rescue truck and a tanker truck, and our neighbor has a rescue and a pumper and a tanker truck, and they need additional support, we can send our vehicles over to assist them with the fire or whatever incident they're having at their location. And that's a no-fee service. It's for like. If we have an aerial ladder at Station 1, if our neighbors require the use of an aerial ladder because they do not have the aerial ladder, then that is a fee for service, asking for that ladder truck to go to that municipality. So provincial mutual aid is like for like service, and there's no fees associated to that.
So follow up to that, what if it's lopsided where we're continuously being called there, like 20 to 1, for example, we're helping them, but it's really offsite because they're very busy. There's no way for us to say, hey, like, can we, if it's at the provincial level, I'm thinking perfect example is the ambulances at the county level that are always getting called to Ottawa because they don't have enough supply and it's costing the counties millions of dollars.
That's correct. So At this present time, we haven't taxed that service, meaning that we're not going more than we're receiving the services. So it's all based on the needs and circumstances of the municipality. Like if we're missing firefighters during the daytime, I'm gonna have to call our neighbors to come and help us.
Right.
If I'm doing that every day,
Then
the neighbor's gonna say, you have a problem, you have to start sorting out your problem, we can't keep doing this, right? So it's gonna be a discussion had if that service is being, I guess, abused in a sense, which it has not happened as of yet,
Okay, perfect.
which has to be monitored though,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yeah, just to follow up then, the line in the budget for mutual aid goes towards the administration of the provincial mutual aid fund or administration of it?
I'd have to defer to Mr. Godin, but I'm pretty sure that is for services that we render that
They don't
for
have.
contracts that we have, our automatic aid agreements with La Nation, where they're covering a certain portion of our municipality as a first fire response. I believe that's what it's
Okay.
for. And they invoice us every year for those services that they provide.
Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. That's exactly right.
Perfect. There you go.
So just to explain that, that's because we have to pass the Limoges Fire Station to get
Absolutely.
to that area.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to send the closest fire station.
Is that a new line that was added because it was at 0 in previous years?
I think probably because there was no calls.
No, I'll let Mr. Godin explain that. I think it was a new
Would you like me to
new
give the
line
number?
item.
6746? Oh, it's all.
I believe it's a reclassification. I think if you look at the next line of professional fees, I think that's where you would find those invoices paid in the past. That it was maybe
Oh, okay.
it was judged worthwhile to have its own GL
Separate.
to be
Oui.
able to be more clear.
Merci.
Question from a budgetary standpoint, Monsieur Godin. So, I know that on our tax bill, we have a taxation line and then we have a fire protection line. So is all of the fire services under that line item? The specific fire protection?
No, good question, Mr. Mayor. No, so it's not all our fire service. Our fire services are included in the general
Taxation?
but there is a specific fee for fire protection, which is shared between fire services and the water department. The fire services portion is to help manage the fleet. So it's we use it to manage a fleet management reserve for fire trucks.
Okay.
And on the water side is to make sure we have the capacity in our reservoirs and our water towers to be able to respond to fires and to have that minimum requirement
Okay.
for fire protection.
I'm just wondering, like, for example, the city of Ottawa has police services as a separate line item. So when they say, you know, taxation goes up 2% in the city of Ottawa, but your police services could go up 5%, right? I'm wondering, should, with all the increased costs that are going to be coming from fire services, would it be worthwhile to have that as a separate item on our tax bill? Especially if we're going in that direction, because, you know, obviously fire is going to go up a lot quicker than maybe some of the other departments. Mr. Godin?
Oui, Monsieur le Maire. I would suggest that as we go through the implementation of the new fire department and centralizing and looking at just having that one GL, that's one component that we can also look at to see if it's worthwhile to consider representing it differently on a tax invoice. It's a consideration for sure.
Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, I mean, I guess then you'd say the same thing with recreation in a couple of years, right? With the fact that there's a massive influx from a complex and a capital perspective. So, I'm assuming that's just from a display perspective you're asking, not necessarily from a.
Well, when you look at the city of Ottawa, they have police separate, they have transit separate, and they have South Nation even South Nation, their conservation authorities, because they have multiple, are separate. So it's just to highlight for the resident, you know, exactly, you know, quick look, well, you know, fire services cost me this much, police services cost me this much. Obviously, some are bigger than others. It'd have to be worthwhile, but I think that part of that, that review can be that.
Yeah, we've had some discussions internally about that at certain times regarding different services and how they're presented on a tax invoice. Another option is to include maybe some type of one page or a graphic to see where the funds go from taxation, fire
Yeah.
department, police services, South Nation. Councillor Ryan's point is well taken, that where do we draw the line? Which services is it worth it to show separately versus not? But that, like I said, that's definitely
Yeah.
something we can.
I think
can look at.
for me personally, I think things that are, and fire services, I was just throwing it out there, but things like police, where we have no control as to the cost of our police force, right? If the OPP came and said tomorrow we're increasing rates 20%, we'd have nothing to say, right? So I think that's something that's worthwhile justification. South Nation is very similar. It's a minimal amount in the grand scheme of things. But again, it's something that we really don't have control over because, you know, council can say we want a 3% increase, and then all of a sudden police force comes in with a huge increase. Well, it's impossible to do 3%. I think that's why City of Ottawa has done it that way, because when they say city's going up 2.5%, yet their police force is going up 5%, or, you know, the things out of their control. So that's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's important. I mean, so if you were to say our budget comes in at 3% and that encompasses a 6% increase for policing, this thing, you know, it's an 18% increase on recreation. But that's all encompassed in the 3% increase. Wholeheartedly agree with that breakdown. You know, I mean, you could even do it for our infrastructure department. I know we're getting there in a minute, but you know, your infrastructure department, boom, increase of, you know, 25% because we did more roads this year or whatnot. So I think that if you're going to do it that way, I completely agree with the way that would be presented. So
Well, that's more on the communication side. For me, for the tax bill, again, police is something that's completely separate. So I think that deserves its own line. But I mean, regardless, we haven't been faced with a huge increase in policing costs so far. Yeah, exactly. With that, Mr. Godin, Mr. Fun.
Merci, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I was just going to mention on the communication piece. So that's why some of the graphics that we're adding to this budget brief is kind of, and you've mentioned before how much each different service costs. We want to have a clear document for the public. We also had a page in there regarding those costs that are kind of out of our control for OPP, for South Nation, and the counties. But your point is well taken regarding the OPP being such a large portion of our tax or our municipal contribution. Maybe merits its own line on the actual tax invoice. That's something to consider and to evaluate.
Yeah. Mr. Funnen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The only caution I would throw out there is that context is critically important, and the more information you provide, as we well know, creates a series of rabbit holes that people can go down. So when we communicate this information, knowing how much context to provide becomes very relative to the person's perspective when they ask the question. So when we examine this, I'd suggest we have a pretty thorough internal discussion and come back to council with recommendations that we can discuss that would meet the requirements without ending up with a multi-page document going out. Because in terms of determining a level of percentage that increase applies to an overall tax increase, it begets the questions. Well, why 18%? Why not 16.2%? Why not 45%? And then you're down that road. So just a caution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else to add, Chief?
Nope.
Good call. Any other questions, members of council, for the fire department at this point in time? If not, we've been going for an hour and 45 minutes, so I'll suggest we take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. Thank you. Give me a thumbs up and we're good to go. Yeah. We're good? Welcome back, everyone. Next item on the agenda, we're going, I believe, with infrastructure. Monsieur Bourgon?
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Du côté opérationnel, si je vais commencer avec mes sections de département qui sont à frais d'usager, eau et égout, on prévoit de maintenir les frais d'usager au même niveau pour 2023. Donc, aucun changement à ce niveau-là pour le département d'eau et d'égout. Opérationnellement, on maintient l'investissement en réserve et ce qu'on prévoit pour l'opération générale des départements.
Okay. I have a comment on that before we start. Just throwing it out there to see if there's a willingness of council. We were talking earlier about major water and sewer project for the 417. That'll be significant costs. There is a benefit to all taxpayers and all water and sewer users to bring that project online. Not looking for a decision today, but it might be worthwhile with the water and sewer flat fees if we were to go up 1 or 2% or 3% to create a reserve to help pay for those type of projects that will bring a return on the investment. Monsieur Godin, I believe, 2-3% increase on rates. If I calculate it really, we're talking about, 3% would be 17.25 for the user, and it represents roughly how much dollar value?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for 3%, you said, sorry?
3%, yeah.
It would be around $100,000.
$100,000. So it would be similar to the streams we've created for our infrastructure, right? Where we could put a fund in place to start helping to pay for investment projects down the road that bring commercial, industrial growth, because that benefits everyone. But just throwing it out there that, if council wanted to entertain the idea, maybe it's something we could ask the administration to look at and bring back. Councillor Tarnowski?
I think that's a great idea, as long as we have some sort of plan for those, for those finances, for that added money, and then have a review on a regular basis. I wouldn't object to following whatever the rate increase that we have for the budget as a guide. So if we're at 3%, then it's a 3%.
Water and sewer,
imagine.
gotcha. Okay. Councillor Deakin?
Just so I understand correctly, so the rate increase would be a rate increase on water and sewer service, so it would only be paid by folks that are currently using those services?
That's correct, on water and sewer services. On projects, to help fund projects, that there would be a return on the investment. So obviously, we know that from our City of Ottawa project, the more users that we have on that who are connected to water, the faster the return on that debt. So long term, Monsieur Godin, if we're talking about the industrial park, for example, but having all those people connect to the system is a benefit, not only on the water and sewer side, but also on the taxation side.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, is those people that are not on water and sewer would then be benefiting from the increased rate of folks on water and sewer in
Potential.
terms of the taxation side. So I just wanted to flag that.
Yeah, no, agreed. Mr. Godin, any thoughts?
Merci, Monsieur le Maire. In principle, I think it makes sense. I definitely like to have some discussions with my colleague, Mr. Bourgon, so we can establish some sort of plan on the specifics and how we could manage that.
Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, so correct me if I'm wrong, if you're talking the flat fee, are you talking the flat fee for water and sewer, each having an increase, or just the water?
Well, I'm looking at both right now.
Both flat fees, okay.
Yeah.
So that's fine. And then the other aspect that I was going to ask about was, would it be are you thinking something similar to like the second stream of funding for the roads, where that's the repayment amount that will help us on the repayment amount of a loan, as like, you know, similar to if we have to take a $20 million loan out, that would form part of the repayment structure of that.
Something like that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just throwing it out there because I know there's value to some of these projects coming forward.
Yeah.
And, if we're able to, we know there's going to be a significant municipal cost as well. So if we can start planning ahead of time, just
Yep.
like we did with, the complex, because we started planning 4 or 5 years ago, we find ourselves in a position where it's a little bit easier year after year.
And then the other aspect of that, and I think this I think it was just Councillor Deacon that asked the question about the people who are not connected. Well, there are people who are on the system, and maybe this was old thinking, but I think there are some that are paying a portion of the flat fee amount. So if it is an increase to the flat fee amount, then the people that are not connected but could connect and have the pipe in front and are paying that flat fee will then be contributing to that
Yes.
that fund, and therefore benefiting from something they are paying into versus versus others that are not, because they're not paying that fee. Is that still accurate?
Monsieur
Mr.
Bourgon?
Mayor, so yes, that's still accurate.
Okay, perfect.
So maybe if we could just give direction to the administration to look at it and maybe bring back a report at a further point in time. Monsieur Godet?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to mention to council as well. I mean, our rates, our flat fees, and our consumption rates are based on. We do have a financial model for water and sewer services that kind of estimate all the expenses and all the growth, as well as asset management contributions. I think we updated it last time a couple of years ago, so it's probably due to be updated soonish, where we may have already anticipated some increases for other reasons. So there might be. I just want to caution council that there might be some like conflicting priorities there, but we
Right.
can definitely have a look at it. And
Yeah, definitely. Just, take all those items into consideration when you come back to council and make sure we got the right picture. So, okay.
Just a clarification, so myself and Mr. Garin can present the right option to council. Would you be looking for any types of projects, or only commercial, industrial, or including residential as well?
Well, for me, it's commercial industrial, because people connecting commercial and industrial, there's a benefit to the overall system. On a residential side, whether somebody connects or not has no impact for everybody else in the community, right? There's no increased taxation coming from it. There is, so me, it's very much on the commercial industrial side. Okay. Perfect. Sorry to interrupt. Keep going.
The other user fee program that we have is our waste management or waste collection. So again, for this year, we're maintaining the same user fee as we had in 2022. Even though we know that the recycling program will be transferred as of July 1st, we are suggesting to council to maintain that user fee until the end of the year in order to have an amount that we can put aside for the purchase of our green bins. Because of the timing of our contracts, the transition, unknown of how the collection of recycling will be done, so that contract will be managed with the private sector, but we don't know exactly if we'll have available room in the current truck that's doing the curbside collection. So if we need to add another vehicle for that transition period on the road, well, that would bring us that the organic collection would only happen early 2024. So for that reason that we're suggesting to council to maintain the user fee as it is right now, and for the next budget, which is coming up in 6 months, we'll have proper user fee to transfer to the organic program.
Okay.
So that's the reasoning for maintaining as it is right now.
In regards to the recycling. So how is it going to work when right now somebody has a broken recycle box, they're coming to township. That won't be the case anymore?
That's one of the details that needs to be clarified. They may still come to the office to pick up the bin, but it will be supplied, that's our understanding, and it will be supplied by the private sector.
Perfect.
We'll still need to assist in some instance, since we're still local and they're not.
Yeah, for the transition period
this-
anyways.
Exactly.
Okay.
But as from the resident eye, that needs to be seamless. So that's the goal. So that's what they need to respect from the province. The days won't change. Like everything will remain the same. So
Just
that's
who's
got to
footing
be
the bill.
part of the communication to resident in the upcoming months. Basically, resident won't even know except maybe the color of the truck.
Perfect. Councillor Deacon?
Thanks. Through Mr. Fawnin, I'm just wondering if there is some sort of cost gain that will be, or fee that we'll be receiving if we are doing things like administering blue box replacements and things like that, if that's part of the program?
Mr. Bourgon?
At this time, the administration the township took the position that we're not involved at all. So there's no fees coming our way to do anything of those type of things. But obviously, if we are to help out or offer some type of service, yes, we'll likely receive a compensation to do that type of work. Obviously, we want to try to keep that to a minimum of type of a service that will assist the producers, but that's still yet to be determined.
But that'll be up to us to decide if and how much and,
Exactly.
okay, perfect. Perfect, thank you.
The remaining of like the public works, snow removal, road maintenance, there's an increase in the budget, but it's to reflect the increase that we've seen in all our contracts. Throughout the last year, if I'm thinking of our street sweeping contract, it went up over 18% just to reflect the diesel increase. So that's what the most increase that we've seen in operation, diesel costs, and same for different type of contracts or service that we do offer. The other major increase that we need to do for 2023, it's in our storm sewer system. It's currently underfunded. There's more requirement imposed by the province. We'll have to start doing annual reporting, more testing of our pond facilities. This year we want to do in-depth condition assessment to establish how much that we need to put to reserve annually. And that's all that to work towards a user fee system. So we're like, something I've been telling council in the last few years that's something that we want to do. It's still the plan. We just want to make sure that we have enough data on our site to justify how much that user fee will look like.
Thank you. Questions, comments on that? No?
Moving to the capital projects. So we listed here some of the highlights, first being our paving contract. So that's at 1.7 million. That's same list as council saw a few meetings ago, just to allow us to put some condition or provision in our paving contract. We're following our paving plan that was approved back in 2019. On a side note to that, this year, or throughout the summer, we'll revise that plan in order to have a revised paving schedule for our next budget deliberation in fall.
Okay, questions, comments on that? Any changes? Conseiller Lalonde?
Merci. I have a couple questions. Just to be clear, on the 1.7 million for road rehab, does that include the anticipated grant amounts that are available to us each year, or does that exclude it?
That includes all our grants. So basically, all our capital project and infrastructure, the grants coming from the USIF, gas tax, the County of Prescott-Russell, they're all part of those numbers that you see in your binder,
So, sorry.
plus taxation.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
Councillor.
I'm sorry. I have a few follow-ups with this and with the numbers being provided. So the 1.7 includes the anticipated grant amounts. So that still puts us, according to the report, that roads report, which calls for a minimum of 2.34 million a year, a minimum of that amount to be spent. So we're still, even with the grants, we're $400,000 or $500,000 below the minimum requirement based on the report, as you said, Jonathan, that goes back to 2019, that would have used traffic records available in the day, and maybe with some projection, I expect, in terms of all the new development and all the additional vehicles that would have been put on the road? Or did it just cut it at 2019? Sorry.
Through Mr. Mayor, so for the paving or the condition of our road network, for that paving plan, we only looked at what was traffic volume at that time and the amount of assets that belong to the township at that time. So that's one of the reasons why the update is required. We have more roads now that was transferred to the township in those in the last 4 years.
So just to clarify, I'm on page 253 of the budget document. You have an infrastructure fund strategy chart here. And it says that the total annual requirements is almost 4.7 million. So la page 253, je pense. I'll bring it up on the screen, make sure I'm... So yes, this one. So you say here that we have $4.7 million in total annual requirements. The total infrastructure fund is now at roughly 3.3, so it's showing a shortfall of 1.4. Is that correct? But then when we add the grants and so forth, we're actually ahead. Am I reading this properly or not?
Yep, you're reading it through Mr. Mayor. So yes, you're reading it properly. Just to mention, this isn't specific to roads. This is really our full asset inventory.
Which includes roads.
Which includes roads.
Right.
That being said, this is based on the annual requirements that are essentially based on replacement cost divided by useful life. We are working towards refining that number based on, and the intent being that our annual requirement is based on the level of service that we want to deliver to our residents. So I'll be talking about later in the presentation about that, but we are wanting to come back to council, and roads is a main one, is a very big one in that sense, where the 2019 road needs study presented our current investment of 1.7 and presented some different standards at 2 point something and some high standards at 5 million. We're gonna have to show council with the update with the recent update, with the addition of more roads and with our current investments, what would be required to meet those different standards, and for council to take a position on where we want to be, and then we'll be able to plan how to get there essentially. But if we base ourselves on our asset database, which is essentially resembles our amortization of our assets, we are funding, if we do include the grants, we are funding more than what we're seeing is required.
When we look at asset management
with the overall
globally.
asset management, including buildings, including vehicles, including parks, equipment, and other things.
Councilor Lorrain?
And that's not taken into account anything else that we do at this table from if we were to continue on with a 1% additional for roads that we've done over the last 3 years, right? Which would then further increase our commitment to the roads and reduction to the deficit.
Through Mr. Mayor, that's correct. So the numbers presented here are based on what's in the budget at this moment in time. So if there are any increases, this would be updated accordingly.
So with that good intro, I would suggest that I would be, as we have done numerous years, I would be looking to increase 1 more additional percent specifically for roads, because we know we have a deficit specifically for roads, but it'll continue eliminating that deficit. When I look at this, originally by 2022, we wanted to have a $2 million deficit. And by taking that approach at the last council, we're now at $1.4 million deficit as opposed to $2 million, simply by adding that 1% annually. So I would suggest that we do that. And I suggest the 1% for a specific project is North Russell Road. We know that the study was done in 2019. you know, Sunset Flats was not very existing back then, and we know everybody leaving Sunset Flats is pretty much going up North Russell Road. I think that's a road that we should be jumping on sooner rather than later. But that's my thoughts. Councillor Deacon?
I'm just wondering how that would work over time, because my understanding is that the North Russell Road would be quite a bit more than 1% increase.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, Monsieur Godin. So, it's a $1.4 million project, I believe, Monsieur Bourgon, roughly. So it's 1.4 million. So I want to say last year, Saint-André?
Last year.
So last year, Saint-André, we created this second stream, and the second stream, Saint-André is looking to be paid off in a few years, Monsieur Godin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Saint-André will be paid off by the end of 2023. So once we adopted the 2022 budget in November, afterwards we came back to council with our yearly resolution on the year-end transfer. So the 2021 surplus was applied towards that project,
Right.
which helped. So by the end of 2023, that paving job is going to be paid off,
Right.
and that amount that was allocated would be available to be allocated either to the paving plan or to.
Do you remember what that amount is, the allocation for Saint-André?
Yes, it was just under $250,000.
250,
I think it was 242.
242 plus 160 for 1%, so we're looking at 400,000. So within 3-4 years, assuming we did not do 1% next year and 1% next year. So North Russell Road, we essentially borrow from ourselves and it would be paid off in a few years, Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. So we did run the numbers for North Russell Road, and if we do add the $1.4 million and a 1% increase, it would be paid off in over 5 years.
Over 5 years.
Not over 5 years. After 5 years, it would be paid off.
Right.
Myself and Mr. Bourgon we've had a lot of discussions regarding this, and we've mentioned wanting to bring an update on the road needs study and talking about level of service. So I think we'd really like to have a look at a formal strategy and a way to be able to address those needs. But yes, in this instance, for the 2023 budget, if it was requested to increase 1% and to add that segment in the plan, it would be paid off in approximately 5 years.
Assuming that we don't increase 1% a year for the next
Right.
3 years.
Exactly.
Right.
Just considering the increases done this year and last.
Okay. All right. That's my suggestion. Thoughts? Councillor Tarnowski?
I like the idea, and I'm okay with the idea of moving forward with another 1%. But I would feel more comfortable seeing an updated study before committing to a specific road. Not to say that that's not a good choice, but I would feel more confident after that, reviewing an updated study.
So to that, we have to make sure we're already out for tender. So any changes have to be done ASAP to the county tendering process, correct, Monsieur Bourgon?
Yes, that's correct.
And when are we likely to see an updated review? Because all the roads would have to be reevaluated as part of a study, correct?
Yes. In terms of the budgeting and adjusting for our revised investment, we do have a draft of what it could look like in the next 5 years. And without having updated the full study, but the work that we've done in a couple of months, North Russell is coming up in that revised, or I'm not sure if the right word would be revised or consolidated plan, but North Russell will be one of those candidates.
So, Councillor Lalonde?
Yeah, I fully support the idea, only because the argument is already there. I went out and looked at, for instance, the Route 400 between South Russell Road and Edie, which is on the list, just to get an idea of the condition of that road, to compare it with North Russell Road, which many of us travel on. And ironically, it's in bad shape also, that section of South Russell, of 400 between South Russell and Edie. It's in as bad a shape as North Russell Road. The difference being is that I think, and Dominique Tremblay might correct me if I'm wrong, we probably have about at least 700 homes of the 1,000 or 900 or so homes built in between Sunset Flats and Russell Trails. So that means if we've got 700 houses, we've got about 1,500 cars guaranteed in 2.5, 3 cars per driveway. And that, as was mentioned earlier, is that incredible addition of traffic, mostly flowing up and down North Russell. So I think the numbers, the demographic, the building, the continued building that's going to happen there makes for this strong case that I would support.
I think if the road was, 5-10 years down the list, then I'd say it's, it's not even a consideration. But if it's within the next year or two, something to consider. Councillor Deakin, Councillor Lorrain.
I just wanted to ask for clarification on what we're going to see. You mentioned a revised plan, but not with a new study. So what is the, how will that revised plan be informed?
Mr. Bourgault?
Mr. Le Maire, so the plan itself, we will keep the same strategy. So obviously that report that council saw, 2 meetings ago, it won't be as long, following the same strategy. So we'll be more to address like the revised schedule of paving based on that, the new condition and like other variables like traffic and stuff like that, and our new level of investment.
But we're following the same methodology because we've increased the spending amount, but you're not redoing the traffic counts, you're not redoing all that stuff.
It will be looked at, but we're not changing the strategy that like, let's say like our approach is to pave an extra lift on some roads or to do crack sealing, to invest less now to extend the useful life of our road. So there's roads that it may be in the need of repair now, but will still be at the bottom of the list in our revise. So the strategy itself won't change.
Right. But
It's just our level of investment. So maybe like with all the extra asset that we're seeing, the threshold will likely change, but so is our level of investment over the last 5 years as well.
Right, but the evaluations won't change.
Well, we'll do the like condition as well, but I
But
mean,
okay.
Since our strategy doesn't change, it will still be constant of like the programming or type of exercise that will, or intervention that we'll do on our roads.
The inputs are different.
Conseil Lorrain?
So I'm going to throw a little wrench in here, hopefully not too bad of a wrench, but totally support the idea of doing North Russell Road. I think that's a good idea. Totally support the 1%. I think that maintains our continued commitment to the level of service that we're providing to the community, proper forecasting and forethought. Last year, we created what we call the second stream of funding to do roads that would not fall under our regular guidelines for, within the next 10 or 20 years or whatever. So I have a little bit of a concern, and maybe it can be alleviated on a different side, and we'll get to that in a second. So under the recommendation or the thought process that the mayor mentioned, we would take the 160,000 from this year, the 1%, plus the 223 or 225, whatever that number was from last year, and pay all this off within 5 years. However, North Russell Road is a road that would fall under our normal paving program,
Right.
which means we lose the $225,000 amount that would support non-regular stream funding, and we would kind of take it out of our second stream, which kind of goes against what we were creating last year. So either we make that loan over a longer period of time, which is fine. You do the 160,000, maybe it takes 10 years instead of 5 years, which I'm okay with. Or you're going to sit there and say, well, if North Russell Road was ready to be done in 2025, as an example, then I take the funding that was going to be allocated for North Russell Road in 2025, and I allocate that payment amount to the second stream so that we don't lose track of the fact that we do have a second stream that we need to continue to monitor. and I talk about, okay, we did St. Andre Road. Now St. Joseph Road is the same thing. They're asking for the same type of consideration. I think we need to we need to make sure we don't lose sight of those roads as well. North Russell needs to get done. There's not a doubt about it with all the cars coming down. When I speak to people who head out of town and come back in, go back and forth, that's the one road that they talk about the most to me, other than their local community roads in the subdivisions. And I get that. Those are those stream, but I don't want to lose sight of that second stream funding program that we created, because if we do that, then all of a sudden all that money rolls into the regular paving plan, and we've forgotten about that other program.
So my suggestion, based on those thoughts, would be that we use the 1% to kickstart North Russell Road this year, but when we get to whatever year normal, then we could make sure that
money
fund
goes to the
back
loan.
to the second stream.
Yeah.
That's an accounting finance thing.
It's just because in the 2024 budget, I would expect that we could use funding in that second stream of about $200,000 so that we can do, one or two other projects that are not in our conventional paving. So if you can assure me that that's the case, then I'm good to go.
Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. I can assure you that you won't lose that second stream funding for those. Well, that your point is taken, and that we're going to be bringing back some information for you guys to have that opportunity. I think we all have the same vision, in the sense that those increases are meant to be able to add some roads into that paving plan that were excluded initially. It's just about the way we formalize that, and that's what I meant earlier on when we want to come back to council, probably between this budget and next, with a formal plan and a formal strategy to be able to do that.
So I think from a budgetary standpoint, what I'm hearing is that everybody seems to be comfortable with the 1%, so make sure that's in the budget. And then when you come back with the paving report, if you will, North Russell is included in there, and how you go about on the back end, well, we'll let you guys figure that out.
Someone there doesn't agree.
I think we'll never be happy with the roads.
They're not in agreement with it.
Perfect. Monsieur Bourgon?
I want to clarify a little detail. If we are moving forward with North Russell do stop at Burton Road.
Yes.
To be clear to our resident in Russell, Frontier is not a township road.
Neither is Burden.
Either is Burton. Just so we're clear.
Conseiller Larrey?
So, in that circumstance, do you go, would North Russell, if we said North Russell from 200 to Burton, does that encompass the first turn? Or does it just go straight to Burton, and the turn is part of Burton Road, and that would be under the City of Ottawa?
So we will, the exact line still need to be determined, but that first curve will be part of that paving project.
Okay.
In the township.
So can I ask one thing, Mr. Mayor, that we can, for when you come back to us down, not anytime right now, but maybe when the budget is being approved at council, can we just have an information maybe, or send by email to us, it doesn't matter, for my knowledge anyway, of when Burton Road is on Ottawa's paving, unless you have the answer right now?
I can answer for Burton. Last fall, they're targeting 2025
Okay.
to pave the entire length of Burton Road, which will have to pay half of the bill.
Okay. And that would be Burton to Divine, like Burton and Frontier, I would assume, right to Divine?
I'm not sure if Frontier will be part of that project. They only provide me with the Burton piece of it.
Okay. Can you find out if it encompasses the other curve?
I can try to get the info
Thank you.
about Frontier.
Thank you. Or just the curve even. Just want to make sure, so that means both curves would then be done within a 2-year span, so, or 3-year span.
We do what we can on our side, and then we follow what Ottawa's lead on that road, unfortunately. Mr. Fun?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to encapsulate, if I understand direction and concept correctly. We're looking at 3 elements to this. One is to establish our level of service requirements and our vision for those levels of service by council. And I think we need to come back to council, both with the study that looks across this issue more broadly, and then the plan, and then the operationalization of it. What I'm a little concerned with is when we get caught into very specific segments of road, we do run the risk of missing the big strategy. So I'm going to coordinate with Mr. Godin and Mr. Bourgon in terms of getting that study started as quickly as feasible so that we can come back with a broader plan rather than providing you an operational plan without having necessarily done the legwork on the larger issues. So with your permission, Mr. Mayor, we'll take that under consideration as well.
Yep, look forward to the report. Councillor Tarnowski?
And I'm just looking for a little clarification if we're all on the same page. The second stream, as we had talked about it, funding, right now is being allocated in terms of paying down for a previous project. So that once it's liberated, that second stream will still be in existence. The extra 1% that we're talking about right now, I know it's gonna come back in more detail, but that extra 1%, we're talking about putting it into just the regular stream.
That is
Okay,
correct.
that's what I understood. I just wanted to be sure. Thank you.
Everybody's on the same page? Okay, peut continuer, Monsieur Bourgon?
We also have, we keep on investing in our sidewalk to improve our network and mostly accessibility. We did a major part of our intersection last summer, so we're hoping to finalize that project with another $100,000 investment. We have the Saint-Anté Bridge rehabilitation, which council did approve the contract last week. So the amount here that you see in the presentation doesn't reflect the budget, but in your budget binder, the proper numbers were adjusted. So is the financing.
Did we not have the 417 Industrial Park paving as well?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're right, Mr. Mayor. That's again, that's conditional.
On the servicing.
With the water sewer, not.
Okay.
And we have the big project in Russell, which is the replacement of our storm sewer on Craig Street. We're currently in tender, which tender closes next Monday. So when council will be approving the budget on March 13th, we'll have the exact numbers to update with the current budget.
Okay. Perfect.
That summarize our the big project listed for this summer.
Okay, thank you. Conseiller Lalonde?
Merci. Question, Jonathan. Le 2 millions pour Craig Street, est-ce que j'avais bien compris il y a quelques semaines que ça inclurait les autres améliorations comme le lit crosswalk à l'intérieur de ce montant-là, ou est-ce que ça risque de s'élargir en montant? Ou
présentement, je vais dire, ces améliorations mineures par rapport au coût du projet en entier, mais oui, sont inclus là, dans ce 2 millions-là.
Just to follow up, so what would that lit crosswalk equipment cost roughly?
Monsieur Bourgon?
C'est environ 30 000 et les comtés unis Prescott Russell paient la moitié, puisque c'est un chemin de comté. The sidewalk portion of it, it's 100% township, but the poles or the installation itself, it's shared with the county.
Perfect. Other questions, comments? Non? Tu peux continuer, Monsieur Bourgon?
Pour ma part, c'est tout. Ça conclut les projets capitaux d'infrastructure, surtout les grandes mentions, les gros investissements là, qui auront lieu au courant de l'année.
Okay, parfait. Any other questions at this point in time for infrastructure? I think I might have some questions, comments when we get to the public request side of things, but we'll deal with those then. Okay. So next item, bibliothèque. Bonjour, France. Allez-y.
l'équivalent en français avec ma vidéo numérique qui est Campus. On a des abonnements à Miracine, Ancestry. On a des large print schools. On prête avec des bonnes bibliothèques en français et en anglais. On a des magazines. On a un service de prêt en bibliothèque. Et on paye aussi pour tous les services professionnels. Donc, la portion des taxes. Ensuite, pour les projets capitaux, on a 43 500 pour les livres physiques dans le budget capital. Et puis ça, j'ai diminué la portion de 5 000 $ pour mettre plus d'argent envers les livres électroniques. Parce qu'avec COVID et tout l'accès à l'Internet et le monde en ligne, ils utilisent encore plus les livres électroniques. Ensuite, on aimerait faire l'acquisition d'une Playtable à Russell, 2 iPads, 1 laptop. Et puis finalement, pour la nouvelle succursale d'Embrun, on paie pour des études, des designs. Et on travaille aussi pour des subventions pour aller chercher des fonds, des grants pour la rénovation de l'édifice comme tel.
Parfait.
C'est à peu près ça.
C'est pas mal ça. Questions, commentaires, membres du conseil? Any questions, comments? Anything to add from the administration? We're good? Perfect. Nice and easy.
C'est bien, merci.
Merci beaucoup. Prochain item, Parks and Recreation. Let's see if it's just as easy. Merci, France.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Maybe it's going to be as easy, but not as short.
Okay.
So Parks and Rec, so for the operations, we've tried to summarize very briefly maybe some new things that we're bringing during the 2023 year. So we are exploring to bring back the New Frontiers program. I know I had a question from Councillor Deacon, what was New Frontier? New Frontier was a program that was started a few years back with a provincial grant that I had received at that point for $25,000. It was in operation for almost, I would say, 8-9 years. And this program was for challenged young adults. So I think what happened at one point is our young adults passed to something else, and we kind of had lost our clientele. So we had put a stop to that program, but this year we're working very hard to bring back some items from that program because we've had some demands in the last year or so. So we're trying to bring back some new items for New Frontiers in the fall programs 2023.
Can I ask a quick question on
Yeah, Councillor Lorrain.
that? And how would that either complement or conflict with the facility, the new facility in Russell where the Russell House was, or is there any conflict with that? Because I think that's a similar type of
Yeah.
programming, is it not?
Yeah, I don't think it would really be in conflict with them because I don't think we'll be offering the same kind of programs. For our program, it's more on the recreational side. And what we were doing in the past is it was like 2 hours a week. So it's a very short version of a programming. We've already had the challengers also that do play. We brought back the bowling league. So I don't think it would, I think it would be more complementing what they are doing.
Okay.
And we've had discussions with them and we have had discussions with Valoris, but all those agencies are well structured and they don't really want to be partnering with anyone, so that's
Okay.
fine. So we'll try to keep the recreation side of the program.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Deacon?
Thanks. Just two questions. So when you say challenged young adults, are you talking about adults with disabilities or history of incarceration? Just wanting clarification there. And the other question was New Frontiers itself is a Russell branded program, or is it part of a larger network of just the name? When I Googled it, I didn't find. Is it just unique to Russell? And if so, I find that quite innovative.
It was unique to Township. At that time when I made the application about 15 years ago, that's the name I decided to give the program as a New Frontier, Nouveaux Horizons. So That was my idea. That's all I can say, and we kept the name, and we want to revamp the program under the same name. And usually, the clients that we had in those years were more mentally challenged kids, more than physical, but we did have a few physical, and we were able to accommodate pretty much everyone in our little program that we had every week, because we had a diversity in activities.
So, not incarceration.
I'm sorry?
Not incarceration related.
No.
Yeah, just
no.
when I hear challenged.
No.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
that's for New Frontiers. Also on our list is opening up the new daycares, which is a very big project. We'll be opening Saint Joseph on April 3rd. So this one is going very good. We've posted the positions, and council will recall that we were here back in January to get some new salary rates, and I think this will be very helpful to retain qualified and quality staff. And then we'll be working for Mother Teresa. We were aiming for June, so hopefully, we still don't have the license for Mother Teresa. That one was done after Saint Joseph, so we'll see where we go with that, but we're looking forward to opening those two centers. Everything is going good. Everything is done in a timely fashion, too. In the staff section, we are planning to bring an extra full-time operator, because as you probably know, we've got more facilities, we got more work. In the last year also, we saw a lot more reservations in our hall that came in. I think everybody after 3 years had enough. They all wanted to have some events going on and parties. So this means that it's the full-time staff that needs to clean those halls. So we've been really, really busy in the last few months. So there is a need for an extra full-time operator, and also a lead operator that will be assisting our operation manager, because there too we have a lot of just the capital projects is a big thing. Just all the 27 parks, there's a lot of work. So we want to keep up the level of service that we have been able to maintain in the last years, but at this point, we're kind of out of breath here. So we need some extra hands. Other than that, that's pretty much it for the operational important aspect of the department. Of course, there's always the recreation complex that takes a lot of our attention, if I can say. So this is going very well. We're still planning to bring back a 30% design to council probably end of March, beginning of April. So that's going good too. So we'll be excited to bring this back to council. And everything else is on schedule for the rec complex, where the prime consultant and the project manager are very diligent in respecting the time schedule. So that's been going very good.
Okay. Operational questions at this point in time? Councillor Ternowski?
J'ai une couple de questions. Premièrement, pour la salle Camille Piché, je vois que nos revenus surpassent notre budget de cette année, mais on a baissé le forecast pour l'année prochaine. Je voulais juste savoir la logique derrière ça.
Yes, so through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think what we've done, Councillor Ternowski, we've adjusted the revenue. Because if you look at all the years prior to last year, I think 35,000 was too high. We've never had 35. I think we were being optimistic at one point for 2022, because if you look at 21 and 20, we were always at 25. And I know 20 and 21 were not good years, to be looking at that, but obviously 35 is too high. So that's why we've put it down to 27 to be more realistic in our revenues.
But isn't right now year to date something like 79?
I'm sorry?
Isn't year to date?
Yeah, well,
Sorry, 54K.
Yeah,
I think
so what happens is when you see the current right now, the adjusting entries at the year end were not done. So we've got some
Okay.
deferred revenue in there.
Okay.
So revenue that belongs to 2023 was not adjusted for that actual. So you will see that for the dome, you will see that for all revenues.
Okay. Next questions.
Yep.
So I got a nod from my deputy, so that's what it is.
OK, j'ai deux, trois autres questions. Marionville Hall revenues, I see we're expecting about a 65% or sorry, 63% salary increase, 63% increase in revenues for the hall, but our salary increase allocated to that hall is close to 200%. So I'm just wondering if that, what's the business case that justifies that?
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So this one, Councillor Tarnowski, I think will need some adjustments. So what happened is with the new operator full-time that we're looking into hiring, I think there was, because we distribute the salary for all the full-times, and I think honestly there was too much percentage taken from that new employee, put it towards Marionville. I will adjust that. I was talking to the operation manager this morning, and I think there's too much percentage. And also you have to remember that because those salary market studies and COLA and everything, there's a big 7% on top of all those salaries that we don't even know if it's going to be 7%.
So in this case, that line item will be decreased, but it'll be increased somewhere else.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
That's in the weeds.
Yeah.
So the other quick question I had is in regards to the Dome membership. Revenues seem to be decreasing. Obviously, expenses are still increasing. Is there any concern there around why membership is decreasing? Is there something operationally that we should be aware of, or?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So for the memberships, you have to remember that we have been pushing the memberships for the last almost 3 years because we honored the passes that were bought, so lockdowns. So that's why. And also we've adjusted to a more realistic, which is $225. But if you already noticed also the court rental, we've increased it by $45,000. So I think each one balanced each other by $5,000. So we should be okay. And the court rentals, I can tell you, is extremely busy.
Okay.
So I'm not worried for the dome.
Okay, thank you. My last question is regards to capital, so after the capital.
Okay. Oh, Councillor Deakin, question?
I think that this falls under operational. Just wondering if there's any possibility that Parc AG Bordeaux would be transferred back to township within this year's budget?
I don't believe so. I think they had 2 years. I'm not sure who's going to answer for the sale of the contract. C'était à travers Madame Tremblay. Le Parc AG Bordeaux pour Maison Interlude, il y avait 2 ans pour construire, which is, so it would be 2024, not 2023, if ever we take it back. Correct. 2 years, yeah. It was sold in 2022, so therefore 2024.
So because of that reason, I don't think we'll be planning to spend the money as of now. I think it would be safer to wait for the whole final sale to be, the final deal to be done, I think.
I mean, we have an affordable, attainable housing committee now, and that might be something they look at if Maison Interlude doesn't go ahead. You know, there's a prime lot for that kind of housing, so that'll be part of your discussions, I'm sure. Okay. Peut continuer, Madame Guittard.
So if there's no more operational questions, I will go to the capital projects. So of course, apart from the recreation complex, which does take a big chunk of our capital project, we do also have other projects that will be going on for 2023. So we're planning to do the LED lighting at the Marionville Baseball Park. And then we've put some money aside to be replacing some plate structures in Stanley Park and the Russell Pool Park. Stanley Park, we're probably also we're thinking that maybe we'll reach the community to see what they might want to do there. It's a park that we've seen that the community environment has changed. So we want to make sure that we don't put a play structure there that nobody will be using, obviously. So we want to reach out to them so what we could spend our money on wisely. For the pool park, definitely will be changing the teeter-totter, that's a very old structure, and looking into replacing the small structure. That's a very busy park in the summer, obviously because of the pool, but also because there's no other park in that section of the town. So we would like to, keep up the maintenance of that park. And then we're looking at doing some work at the Richelieu Ball Diamond. That's also in conversations with a team called the Red Blacks. Red Blacks. Yeah, so we've had some numerous discussions with them, and we're planning to do some improvement to the baseball diamonds. We've met with them again last week, and so this has been going good. And I also had some money left in the Richelieu Park improvement DC project a few years ago, so we could also use that for the netting. So this would all be taken into account.
Yeah, question? Councilor Lorrain?
So I'm going to ask one question on the Stanley Park, and then I'll also I'll make a comment on the ball diamond. So the Stanley Park, I think it's very important to reach out to that community, find out what the needs are. But I'm going to suggest that the 50,000 that we defer that to next year, not for this year. So give us time to go and do a proper review, proper study, whether that includes the Parks and Rec Committee as well. We have them as an advisory committee, so maybe include that group and really come back to council for the 2024 budget, which is in October anyway, and see if we're going to do the adjustment, let's do the right thing. Let's go see the people, and I think that's an amount that we can take out of this year's budget and move it into next year.
Okay.
So I'm going to make that recommendation.
Everybody okay with that? I mean, it doesn't change the overall taxation because it's coming out of reserves, but definitely. Councillor Deacon?
Not to get too much into the weeds, but in addition to speaking with the people that are there currently, I would want to look at the housing prices, the demographic, and how that's going to be changing over the next few years as well. Otherwise, yes.
Okay.
The second piece to the question that I had, or the comment, is for those that don't know, the REDS program, it's they're I think a 4-team program moving to a 5-team program of competitive, very high level competitive baseball. They are working with Louis Riel School right now with the dome there, and they are a significant participator and contributor to our dome from a rental perspective. And there are many kids from our community that participate in that program. So it's absolutely growing baseball for youth in and around Eastern Ontario, and they are looking at Russell Township as being their hub for the future. So I think this is a great opportunity to partner with them, to listen to them when they're asking for adjustments to fields, and they're the experts. They go all across the country. They were just over the last 2 weeks, they were in Puerto Rico. So they were playing against the best 16, 17, 18-year-old kids from the Dominican Republic, from Puerto Rico, from the U.S., from all over the world. And this is a program that we really should be putting our arms around, say, yes, come here and showcase what this township really is. People are moving to this area, right? Their kids are going to Louis Riel School. They want to move here. They want to come here. And I think this is a great partnership to foster. So just for those members of council that don't know that program, it is an absolutely amazing program, and we should be doing everything we can. I'm very happy that we have some money in here for the field for this year, but also looking forward down the road for our new recreation complex area. If we're talking about baseball diamonds there, and the tournaments that could be held, and the facilities that we could put there, and potential sponsorships opportunities at that level as well. So
I've been part of that discussion. I've met the promoter and everything. I think what you're saying is key in the sense that a partnership, right? It has to be a two-way street. It can't be solely, oh, you guys build everything, then we'll come. No, there has to be a partnership. There has to be a give and take in that. So I think, you know, it's not like our fields generate a lot of revenue. I think we rent them for what, $20 an hour or $20 an evening. So I'm fine investing and working with them. But again, that has to be a partnership where, you know, there has to be something of a return on our investment as well. Okay, Mr. Fonin, did you want to add something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the concept, and we've met with them, but just again to put a bit of a reality check on some of the discussion, we've had a little bit of challenge initially in getting a commitment. Lots of nice discussion, seemingly a reluctance to sign on the dotted line before we commit to investment, because the investments that they were requesting from us were quite substantial, and we've discussed it, and we were in favor of it. So it's a good thing. It's awesome, but there was a one-way series of commitments being discussed. So we were becoming a little concerned. We've re-engaged that discussion, and what we're hoping to do is to get something on paper so that there is a two-way commitment before we start spending a significant amount of money. I think the original estimate from last year for all of the requirements that they were looking for was topping $80,000 with no contract commitment on their part. So from a revenue perspective, subsequent to that investment, we didn't feel we could recover that investment in any way, in a close way. So in the current discussions, I'm quite hopeful. I'm hopeful that there's more of a two-way.
Perfect. Okay, Councillor Tarnowski?
Was there any more on the capital, or
You can ask your question, that's fine.
I got in trouble last time for not asking
You
at the
got
right
into
time?
trouble?
So.
Oh.
Go ahead.
In the capital projects, I saw the wood chipper, and so I just wanted to clarify. So from the way I looked at it, it seems like we're spending a couple of thousand a year to rent one. There was that 2,000, and then the purchase price of 32,000. So I just wanted to look for justification there.
Yeah, so, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So what you don't see, Councillor Tarnowski, is we pay the chipper through the arborist many times. So when the arborist comes down, because we don't have a chipper, he rents one and he does the work for us. So that's always added up on the bill. So as you probably noticed, the trail is in, we spend a lot of hours there, so we would like to clean up the trail a lot more. We understand that infrastructure does have a chipper, but they also use that chipper a lot. So it's hard to be sharing that piece of equipment, so this is why we decided to put it like, it's not our number one priority as a capital project, let's be clear on this, but it would be very nice to have as a piece of equipment. Because if you talk, you know, every time the arborist is there, he's there at least, I would say about 10 times a year, at least. So whenever he's there, he's the one who cleans up when he leaves. So then we would be able to clean up.
And save
So-
costs on the arborist
Save
side.
costs, that's right.
Follow up?
Est-ce qu'on pourrait me clarifier, c'est quoi le 2127 $ qui est sur cette page-là, qui indique le coût de service?
2127?
Ouais, c'est parce
Sur
que
quel-
on voit que c'est un prix de 32 000 dans le budget, mais que ça rend, c'est un savings de 2127.
C'est sur ces pages-là
Ouais,
ici, là?
Ouais,
OK.
sur la page du projet comme tel. Je voulais juste-
Wood
parce,
chipper.
parce que là, ce que vous me dites, c'est que au-dessus de ça, il y a le coût de l'arborist. If that's the 2,127 per year, it's
Let's just bring it down.
the chipper.
Quelle page?
Ah, on est en train de l'amener
Ah,
sur
ok.
l'écran comme c'est
Yeah,
là.
OK. I
So
don't-
the annual
Oh, that's the annual requirement. That's not the
impact,
same
that's
thing.
for asset
That's for
replacement.
asset,
Ah, OK, c'est ce qu'on va.
yeah.
Fait que ça nous coûte beaucoup plus que ça, comme c'est là.
Oui, oui. Ça, c'est qu'est-ce qu'on mettrait à chaque fin d'année comme annual requirement to looking
Replace
into
it down the
replacing
road.
it in like 10 years, let's say.
The expected
Ça
lifespan
nous coûte
is,
Yeah.
beaucoup plus que ça par année en ce moment.
Yes.
Ah, ben oui.
okay. Councillor Lorraine and Deacon?
Yeah, so a couple of things that are not on here but are in here. So
Okay.
I'm gonna talk about it from
Yeah.
the what's this called? The budget binder document in the under the capital. Russell Station Trail Park design for 60,000. If I can find out what that design is, and then from there I may have a subsequent question, and then there's another item I'd
Okay,
like to
so
talk about.
that's the park at Corvinelli that
Yeah.
we've been talking for a little while. So that's all the site plan application, all the design, because obviously we need to build a parking lot before we can put any structure there. So this is what we need to do, and hoping that we might be able to start some work for the parking lot also this year. So that's all from the DC chargers, because this is where we get the funding for that, because that's part of a new park.
So it's just a regular park with regular play structure stuff is what's being contemplated there?
No, we are planning also, that's a good thing you bring it up, because I would like probably to be moving the tennis courts at Corvinelli. Right now, we have the tennis courts at the Russell High School. We've had some new prices for the tennis courts. We've had some serious issues with the contractor that had given us some prices. In fact, that was the same contractor that we had retained for the Jonathan Pitt Park that never showed up. So finally, everything fell through at the end of last summer. But we did meet with another company, and this tennis court would have to be completely replaced. It's almost not worth investing some money in there. So I prefer, being realistic here and say, you know what, I don't want to spend $60,000, $70,000 on a facility that in 2 or 3 years, we're going to be back to the same point.
Okay.
And we've had some issues because those tennis courts are on a school property. Those tennis courts cannot be used during the day
Okay.
for 10 months a year.
So
Well,
it's
maybe
just-
not 10
So
months.
so we're
because we've
talking
got
about
winter.
potentially using that as a new Russell tennis courts plus the play structure, parking lot, all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
Okay, so that's
Yes.
good.
So that's what
So
our
that
plan
leads me
is.
to the next question of the Russell splash pad.
So that was
So-
my next addition. We could maybe potentially also put the splash pad there.
Well, no, I'd like to discuss options of where to put it. I
Okay,
don't
yeah.
think, I personally don't know if that's where we're gonna put all that stuff there, that that's the proper location. I think there's other locations that may be better suited for it. So, but I would like council to be looking at putting the Russell splash pad in this budget, this year, knowing that we have $100,000 in reserve already. Plus we have our annual amount of about 40,000 that we got last year, I think 35 or 38, something like that, of our annual amount, which could be that payment on any type of a loan towards that building of that facility. I think a lot of us had committed to that over the last little while, so I think that it's important to either at least start that discussion and get that ball moving and have the design ready to go for 2024.
Yeah.
Or, so we may need some money this year to do that, but I'd like the project to be put down on paper. I'd like it to be included in our budget, and I'd like us to be moving forward with it.
So from a budgetary aspect, so should we be putting an amount for the design, and that'll come back in a report where options, that kind of stuff, and then just put the project as unfinanced, knowing, or put it under loan, knowing that if we have to spend some money this year to order, there's monies aside to place the order, and then it'll impact the future budget. Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. Yeah, I mean, I would suggest to put it, we can add it to the capital budget and specify it for the design this year. I mean, we can allocate the funds that we have in our reserves already towards it. And then we would have the documentation required to be able to add a specific number to the 2024 budget.
Right.
Would probably be the simplest way.
So it's in the books for this year. The design is this year, and if ever by some miracle we're able to move forward with it, then that'll be part of the discussions, but at least we'll have it approved by council this year. Is everybody okay with that?
Excellent. Could I ask my last question now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just
Oh.
add for the splash pad though?
Yeah.
What would council think if I would bring back a report with different options of locations for the splash pad? And also, probably because you got different locations, you will have different costs associated to the installation, because let's say first thing, do you have access to water? If you don't have access to water, obviously, those are extra infrastructure you need to bring in, so extra costs.
Yeah.
So if council would like that, this is the kind of report I'd like to maybe bring back.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
My last, or on the splash pad?
Yeah,
Okay.
just for clarification. So you would bring that back before the design, before going out for design?
Yeah,
Thank
so-
you.
Yes, yes.
The last item is the flooring in Emblem Arena. Knowing that we're building a new facility, is that something that is an absolute must for the next 3 years? And is it the lobby flooring or is it the bathroom floor? Like, what flooring is it, and what state is it in?
I believe it's a bathroom flooring, if I remember reading it properly, but
It says main lobby here.
I think it's the lobby.
it's a lobby?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why did I
it's-
see bathroom somewhere?
Yeah.
There's toilets for Russell.
Yeah, no, but this was, maybe it was
They were
just-
done, that was in Russell, Pierre. So yes, the lobby flooring needs to be done. Is it a must? No, it's not. And when we did present our capital project, this was at the very bottom of our list, because we know that Emblem will probably be out of commission in about 4 years. So definitely, we could push that to 2024. The only thing I could see at one point, if it really becomes a health and safety issue, because the problem with that flooring, it's all gondolie, it's all bumpy. So if somebody trips on that,
Well, that was where I was going. Like,
Yeah.
is it a must?
No.
If it's a must, then we need. Well, it sounded like it's more of a must than not, because if you say, well, if we push it to 2024, well, no. If we're going to do it, we're going to do it this year. Because doing it in 2024 makes no sense if you're going to decommission in 2 years
Right.
and spending that money. So
So for clarification, I knew I wasn't crazy, rubberized bathroom flooring, main lobby. And it's a picture of the washroom.
okay, so then it's in the bathrooms. Okay, I see it now. Yeah.
so
So
It's in the
I-
main lobby washrooms is where it's talking about.
That's where the bathrooms are, in the main lobby.
so is it the full lobby or is it just the
Okay, It's just
bathroom?
the bathrooms, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's just the bathrooms.
So
So
I'm not
we could
crazy.
look into the bathrooms, and those are tiles. So we could look into just replacing the tiles that are really bumpy, to make sure that there is no health and safety issues. Definitely. We
Okay,
could look
thank you.
into that.
Okay. Monsieur Lalonde.
I just want to go back into time, into tennis court time for a sec. Céline Guital may know, I mean, I just want to support the argument for, even though I was there at the beginning of the construction of the first tennis courts, that over the years, and because of the involvement, participation, as you mentioned earlier, with ball diamonds, that we were expecting from the school board that we didn't get. I think it's time to leave them. They're in a terrible state. We'd been hoping the last couple of years to get that repaved. People have left, have pretty much abandoned it. Never mind now, in the design of them to include the pickleball lines. We have lineups for people wanting to play outdoors in the summer. I guess the point I'd like to make is that I know there's a $50,000 study in there to first map out the property for the proposed maybe relocation. I would just like to urge that, if there's any way that the new tennis courts for the local area, the village area, could go in just about ahead of everything else, if possible, because we haven't had them working for over 2 years now, close to 3 years, that I would certainly encourage as a first bit of investment over in that area, that we get those tennis courts finally in there with pickleball lines, because we've been waiting quite some time now for that. So looking forward to that.
Okay, thank you very much. I think part of the, if the Jonathan Petrie Park is any indication, pretty much everything will be done at the same time. I don't think we're going to piecemeal this.
No.
Uh,
No, and when we pave the parking lot, we would probably retain the same company
Me.
to do the tennis courts. It's different asphalt, though, we have to be precise.
Yeah.
But the same company could very probably do the same kind of work.
Okay.
So,
Perfect. Anything else to add for capital projects, or we're good to go?
no, I think that's it.
Any other questions, members of council or Tad? Councillor Deacon?
I think this falls under, I saw the request for the Station Embrun, so I'm just wondering, just wanted to clarify that there's,
We'll do that when we get to the public requests.
okay, thank you.
No problem. With that, lunch has arrived, so we'll take a break. How long do we want? Half hour? Half hour. So we'll be back at 1:45. Thank you very much. Millie first. Pas tout de suite. On va continuer avec Millie. We're good? All right, we're back for, to continue our budget discussions. I believe our next item is public safety and enforcement. Through you, Mr. Fonin. Madame Bourdeau.
Good afternoon, members of council. Public safety and enforcement includes budgets such as police services, bylaw, animal control, which includes the dog park, emergency measures, health and safety, school crossing guard, and the office building at 225 Industrial. Most of the budget is operational costs, and as you can see, most of the budgets remain the same for the exception of increases such as fuel and insurance costs and salary costs. For OPP, we're practically we're very close to the same budget as 2022. The annual billing statement per property cost this year is at $289 compared to $303 last year.
Any questions on the operational side? I think we're pretty good. Madame Bourdeau?
I just wanted to add that in 2022, we did hire part-time staff to do dog tag sales door to door. The outcome of this initiative saw that we sold approximately 800 new dog tags for the year. So that in itself paying for
The staff.
the new that part-time position. So in the 2023 budget, you'll see for bylaw enforcement, we've added one full-time equivalent. We haven't added the full-time equivalent since 2014. So, and with the population increase, I think that this is overdue.
Yes.
The salary for that position will be divided between bylaw and animal control.
Okay. Perfect. Councillor Deakin?
Thanks. I just had a question about the enforcement needs at this point and the projected needs around enforcement through Mr. Fonin. I'm wondering if you're looking at the needs in terms of current bylaws to increase their enforcement, as well as potentially new bylaws and enforcement requirements of those coming down the line?
Well, the increase in enforcement, adding another full-time equivalent will help with the amount of calls for service that we receive, and will for sure help in the enforcement of existing and new bylaws. There are a few new bylaws coming up that council will see in coming months.
And I believe in the HR plan, a few years down the road, there's another full-time equivalent, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor Tarnowski?
So just to clarify, we have one FTE start like in 2023, because I thought I had 0.5 of one.
I think 0.5 because we were planning hiring only in mid-year, c'est ça, Mr. Godin?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. No, I think the reason it's 0.5, I think, is because we currently have a part-time that's only half a year, and he's becoming a full-time.
Full-time.
Merci.
Okay. peux continuer, Émilie?
So just to touch on what Councillor Laurin brought forward earlier, we do share services, not services, but expense with other municipalities in Prescott Russell and SDNG with a training service for prosecution, and so we do try to get better pricing in such services.
Economies of scale.
We're also looking at like a mutual aid kind of agreement with other municipalities. During COVID, some other municipalities were in trouble because they have very small staff, so we are looking at those possibilities also.
Parfait.
So for capital projects, do you want me to go through each, is there a need to go through each?
No. I just, members of council have the list in front of us. So it's on the screen. Is there anyone in particular you'd like to speak to? Councillor Tarnowski?
I just have a question. For the speed radar on a trailer, that's just an FYI speed radar. We don't issue tickets with that, right?
Madame Bordeaux?
That's just for statistics.
Okay.
And to notify drivers
Okay.
of their speed.
Merci.
We are looking at photo radar.
Yes,
And
that's
we'll
right.
bring something to council shortly.
Formidable, merci.
Mr. Fonin, did you want to speak to that as well?
No, but I would like to speak to one of the other elements if there's no other questions.
Okay, I believe Councillor Deacon has a question.
Yeah, I was just wondering if it's already identified where that trailer would go, or if you really intend to move it around to different locations and collect some data.
We do intend to move it around. That's why we want it on a trailer, so we have the ability to move it. Not for data and for complaints driven.
Mr. Fonin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to highlight the last item on emergency communications. When I arrived in the position, I had a lot of discussion with Madame Bordeaux about our emergency management plans, and they've done a great job. And we've practiced it a little bit, but one of the things we've identified was the need for redundant communications for emergency requirements. And given the Dare Show from last year and a few other events that didn't impact us directly, we really wanted to move forward with a more robust emergency management plan, which definitely includes the emergency comms side. So we've been working with some volunteer organizations, but also looking at equipment requirements. I consider this quite a must-have to develop in the next year in preparation for the eventuality that this community will be impacted by a significant emergency, and we've, in addition to blackouts. So we just wanted to highlight that in case there's any concerns.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions in regards to capital projects? No, I think we're good. Madame Bordeaux, quelque chose d'autre à ajouter ou?
No, the only thing I would like to add is that the Police Services Act is being
Revamped.
and the new act will be passed. It is suggested at the end of this year. So following that new Community Safety and Policing Act, we will be required to have a Police Services Board jointly with the remainder of
The county.
Russell County. So Nation, Castleman, Clarence, Rockland, and ourselves. So this will, the Police Services Board is the in-between, the middle group between council of each municipality and
The OPP.
police, the OPP. So there's more, I'm looking for my word here. But they have to answer accountability in that sense that earlier, as you said, that we don't have much say in the costs, but this will allow for
More discussion, more transparency.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Merci beaucoup. With that, the next slide, I believe, is the operations summary. I'm not sure if that's where you want to go, Monsieur Godin. nice to see this laid out. It will be a nice document for the public as well.
Oui, merci, Monsieur Maire. Yeah, no, if that's okay, we'll just keep going through the document. There's a few pages left. This one here is, this is to have a good visual for, more for members of the public, to have an idea of where the funding comes from for operations, as well as where the money goes. This is essentially just a visual graphic of the operations summary that you've already received with the report to council at the February 13th meeting. On the next page, just a few things to highlight as far as capital summary, just to focus on a bit of our different financing. So for the infrastructure funding, we've talked about it. So we looked at the table earlier this morning for our asset management deficit. So this is just repeating basically that we've increased our investment into infrastructure by $242,000. Bringing our total investment to $3.2 million. So what that represents is the amount of taxation that's allocated towards our asset management, so for our capital projects. So our deficit, it brings our deficit down to $1.4 million. And like we saw earlier, if we do consider the federal and provincial grants that we receive, and also we like to take into account as well our debt payments. That are going to be reallocated to that fund once the terms are done. We see that our deficit is eliminated and permits us to focus on further investing into our critical infrastructure.
So maybe I'll just highlight for the new members of council in regards to the OSIF funding. In the past, we've had meetings with ministers about potential projects and getting funding and that kind of stuff. And every time the first thing out of their mouth would be like, well, where's your OSIF funding going? Right? This is what you should be using this for. And we're saying, well, we're using it for our infrastructure. And that's where the concept is, well, we're giving you for that for other stuff. You guys should be taking care of your infrastructure on your own, and these are the funds we're giving you. So I think that's where the rationale came in, is that we want to eliminate this deficit as soon as possible so that this OSIF funding could go towards projects that are, a little bit beyond what we're doing now.
That's right. And for new council members as well, just to understand what we're doing to be able to get there. Every year for the last, I think 5 or 6 years, we've been increasing our investment by 5%. So right off the bat, every year we increase the investment by 5%. Also, anytime we add new assets to our database, we make sure to satisfy the annual requirement for those new assets. Because as you know, if we build a new street, for example, if we're expanding and we have a new development, the developers donated streets, we become the owners of the street and we have to take care of them. So we increase that investment as those new assets come along. And as well, for the last few years, council has also requested an additional 1% increase to the fund. So that's been helpful as well. And regarding the grants that you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, so for OSIF for this year, we're receiving just over $1.1 million. It's slightly down from last year, but pretty close. And so the gas tax, I'll say the word gas tax probably for the last time. They actually changed their the terminology for it. It's now called the Canada Community Building Fund. So anytime you hear us refer to the CCBF, or it was formerly known as the gas tax, we're receiving about $550,000 this year, which is pretty much the same amount as last year. So those two grants are invested into roads and also into bridges.
Okay. Question, Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, and that was the former federal gas tax, not to be confused with the provincial gas tax that we were getting when we had a transit program.
That's exactly right.
Thank you.
So, Monsieur Godin, if before we skip pages or go to the next page, I just want to go back to a few highlights. So, 242,000 increase to the infrastructure fund. If we add the 160,000, that means we'll actually be at $400,000 roughly. So the deficit will be down to approximately 125.
Yep.
Yeah. So could you, not today, but anticipate if we did the 1% a year for the next 3 years, would we manage to get rid of that with the 5% additional? How long would that take to get rid of that deficit completely?
Yeah, we can calculate that.
When you have a chance.
Sure.
No worries.
No problem. Just to give a bit of context, when the strategic plan was done for the last council term in 2018, the deficit at that point in time was $2.5 million. So we were able to shave off $1.1 million in the 4 years since then. But yeah, we can definitely calculate exactly if we continue going with the 5% and the 1% taxation.
Yeah, just to, I have a feeling it's pretty much going to be eliminated by the end of this term, but I just want to see.
Okay. Perfect. So moving on to the next page, just to touch quickly on reserves and on debt. So on the reserves and DCs, currently in the budget, we're anticipating to have a balance of about $20 million in our reserves. That number is high. It's been increasing significantly year over year for the last 4 to 5 years. A main reason is saving up for the rec complex. We have a pretty aggressive strategy where we're transferring significant amounts into reserves every year, and we're also collecting a lot from DCs towards that project. So we do have to keep in mind that we have a significant balance today. As soon as we start building the rec complex, that's going to empty itself quickly enough. But good to know that we have that cash flow at this time. Regarding asset management, so regarding our infrastructure fund, we try to keep a minimum of $400,000 in reserves just to make sure if any emergencies or unforeseen capital projects have to be added during the year, we have a slight reserve there. While preparing the budget as well and looking at our reserves, a few years back, well, in 2020, we had established a COVID-19 fund. Basically, it was formulated based on our surplus in 2020. We received some funding from the province to be able to manage our COVID-related losses. And in that year, when we did our year end, we had a significant surplus, so we put it aside in case we needed some more funding for anything related to COVID, so loss of revenues or additional expenditures. We haven't needed to use that fund over those 3 years. So we've included in this budget some transfers from that fund either to asset management and to our energy fund. And it's allowing us to invest into our infrastructure and into energy efficiency projects more rapidly. I also wanted to highlight our growth management fund. So this was a fund that was introduced with our reserves management policy update in 2021. And essentially, essentially what it is all our supplementary taxation, so taxation that we receive for new constructions during the year that are over what we estimated, they're put into that fund, and we can use that fund to move forward with projects that are related to growth. So over the last couple of years, we've collected about $875,000, and in this budget here, we've allocated $550,000 of those funds. So this practice has been able to help us in moving forward with certain projects that elsewise might have been deferred to next year. One of the reasons, or one of the benefits of this fund as well, is it's going to be able to help us mitigate the risks or the losses due to Bill 23. It's still a bit difficult to quantify to say we're going to. When I refer to Bill 23, I mean the changes in the DC Act and the Planning Act. It's still difficult to quantify the exact impact that's going to have on our DC reserves, but at least we have a separate fund that we can use to mitigate those losses if any. And over the next few years, we'll keep a close eye on there to see if any further action are required to mitigate that. And lastly, on the financing for capital, we're looking at debt. So in the 2023 budget, we're not adding any additional external debt, so that's a positive. Our total debt payments in 2023 is estimated at $1.4 million, which is well within our current borrowing limitations. And in your binders, you do have those usual statistics and graphs to refer to if you.
Conseiller Lorrain?
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna ask, not the dollar, necessarily the dollar amounts, but the repayment amounts. Do you know what the percentage of that number is from user fee paid back loans versus, I'll call them taxation loans?
Yeah, so there's $326,000 that's coming from taxation. So the rest is all user fee based.
So 1.1 million in payments is user fee based.
Exactly. Yeah.
Versus 326 in taxation. So
That's
that's a number that we should all know, because when people are asking where's the indebtedness coming? Well, here's the mortgage. It was being paid for by user fees of 1.1 million of those payments, and the 326 is actually what we're paying off.
Exactly. And there's that one debt specifically for when we brought the water from Ottawa.
Yeah.
That represents about 895,000. And that's what's allowing the township to grow as fast as it is. So it's
Yeah.
it's a
And that's where I was going with that, right?
Question, Councillor Tarnowski?
Just a question around the reserves and the debt. I know that we've used our reserves to fund some of our debt. What's the percentage of that ballpark?
I don't have I could probably provide you with a percentage. I don't have it right now. What I can say is that when I'm sharing $20 million as far as reserves and DC balances goes, that includes those the fact that some of that money is out to fund
Okay.
those debts. So that's really the net balance.
Okay, great.
We don't have many. We've had a few over the years, and we've been able to replenish those reserves. The one that's longstanding is for the construction of the ambulance building, because we have a steady revenue coming from our lease with the counties that's paying for that. So that one was going to take 9 to 10 years to pay down, I think. But other than that one, it's pretty replenished.
Just a process clarification. When we have our reserves sitting in the bank, I know we either invest in GICs or we borrow from them. So we're always looking at optimizing that money, correct? That makes sense. Is that part of a bylaw?
So we actually passed an investment policy this last year. So it is part of that bylaw that we make the best use of those extra funds when we have them.
Any other questions? Councillor Lalonde?
Thank you. I might have missed it. Just where's the money coming from that goes into the growth management fund? Is it from DCs or?
No, so through Mr. Mayor. So we have a budget line in the taxation department for what we call supplementary taxation. So those are our taxation revenues from new constructions. We purposely under budget, but the amount we put there, we want to keep it at a baseline of about between $350,000 and $450,000, because we know that eventually when development slows down, that's kind of more the norm. In recent years, that number's gone up to over $800,000, for example. We're still keeping it down there, and the difference between what we actually collect and what we budgeted for, we're putting it in that growth management reserve fund. So that it allows us to benefit from these periods of peak growth, so that we can use it when
Things slow down.
we have slowdowns. Yeah.
Okay. What's new?
So the final page of the brief, of the budget brief, is essentially just listing out those four entities that we collect for, that are part of our tax invoice, but that we have no control over. So just for your information, our OPP invoice represents about or almost $2.2 million for 2023. We also have our South Nation Conservation Authority requisition, which is about $170,000. And in addition, and this information is more, again, for the public, for their knowledge. On their tax invoice, we also collect for the United Counties of Prescott-Russell, which usually represents roughly 37% of the tax bill, as well as the 4 area school boards, which represent roughly 17% of the annual tax bill.
Questions? Nope.
All right, well, we've gone through the presentation. What's left to discuss? There's three things left. I mean, there's the public requests, if there are any questions regarding those. There's going to be the community grants, which we have we always have a list of pre-approved organizations. And then we're just going to go through kind of a list of the adjustments that were noted during today's presentation
Okay.
to kind of get clear direction on that. So.
All right, well, let's start with public requests. That's on page 134 of, there you go. So we're not going to go one by one, but if there's specific items that members of council want to raise, then I'll suggest we raise them and we go from there. So I can start. One, which was item 16 on the list, was Conseiller Brisson asked for several things, but one of them was the pathway between Cologne Street and Renault Drive to be paved and maintained in the winter. I'm not looking to pave that area. I think, from an accessibility point of view, we have to there's a reason it's shut down in the winter. That being said, we have people in that project who are saying, well, if that's not available, then I'm forced to walk on St. Thomas, and I don't think we want to put a sidewalk on St. Thomas. So I'm wondering perhaps if the administration, and this really I don't think will have a budget impact, but maybe the administration can speak with South Nation to see, they groom our trail. Can we just groom that area so at least the pedestrians will be able to cross over from St. Thomas to Renoir? I'm not sure through you, Mr. Fonin, if Monsieur Bourgon, or it's through South Nation is through you, Madame Guital, for the trail that's groomed in the winter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Yes, that's correct. We have a reciprocal agreement, so with infrastructure and recreation in South Nation. So you're talking about the Renoir section? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, so
Okay.
Renoir crossing over
Yeah.
the bridge.
The only thing that I would see is to make sure that the groomer can go on that trail, because that trail, don't forget, was man-made trail.
Right.
So it's not like the trail that you have there that is flat surface,
Yeah.
6.5 feet. So I would definitely have to check with South Nation if this is doable.
Yeah.
We've done some work last year for the erosion. There's still some extensive work to be done for this year. So I would definitely have to check with South Nation and if they would be willing to take over that section, and if it would still be part of a reciprocal agreement.
Yeah. So from a budgetary, if there's a cost, then we can find that out. But if you could look at that just to see from an operational standpoint if that's something that can be snuck in there or not. That was it for me in regards to what was presented. Did Councillor Deacon?
Yeah, I just wanted to agree that I think that's a key active transportation corridor for folks to be able to get into town. Otherwise, they're quite isolated. And one of the things that I was wondering about the bridge in particular is how, if it was built and if it's a structure in such a sense that it could be groomed or plowed. I believe it's wood. With steel. Anyways, just that was a question that I had when looking at this.
Yeah,
question.
the original. I think the bridge has been changed since the original bridge. No, still the original bridge. I know there was work done to it at one point because somebody set it on fire. But
The angle of it, I'm hoping a machine could get on that.
Mr. Bourgon?
That pedestrian bridge is a steel bridge. It's fairly new. I believe the structure itself can sustain those type of machinery.
Okay.
It's the approach that may not be suitable, so something we'll have to look into as well. Because when we look at the structure itself, it's solid enough, but it was like
The angle.
soil or like the boat ends is something to validate part of our process. I'll be working with Mme. Guitar.
Okay. So if council's in agreement, just to look at it and see what's possible. Conseiller Lorrain?
Since we're on the subject of that type of stuff, not necessarily wasn't in the public request, but I know it has been in the past, maybe just get a costing of it and what that would look like. But in certain subdivisions, there are pathways between one road and the next road because either it's a different phase or a different street. I'm going to use Russell Trails as an example because that's where I live and I know it best. There's a trail between Settlement Lane and Station Trail. And then it links up and goes right to the actual bike path. That section there and every section within there and every other one across the township doesn't get plowed in the winter by the machine. What would that cost look like to do that for those little strips of area? Because now you got people that have to walk all the way around to get to the other side. They can't cut across to go to school. They have to go the long way around with the snowbanks. I just think there's a public safety concern there that we should look at. So I'd just like to know what that cost would be to use the sidewalk machine to clear a path at least for those during the snowfall.
Thank you very much. Well, that could be all encompassing. That will be a report. I think you had looked at that in a few years ago, but perhaps just bring it back and for council's consideration. Mr. Fonin, something to add?
Yeah, a comment. I agree that this is becoming an increasing demand, I think, from residents and for some safety reasons and also for some active transportation reasons. I think we actually need to look at this across, possibly even considering the bike path and coordinating with South Nation to look at this, because once we start clearing small traverses that go from residential areas onto major roads, the next question will be, well, can you clear the bike path in the winter so we can walk down the bike path as opposed to, because it's not really groomed, it's kind of just left there as ice. We had a recent issue with the crossing at the roundabout at St. Guillaume with regard to being able to access, but in fact we don't clear it in the winter, so it's not part of the service. But if we want it to be part of the service, I suggest we need to look at this more holistically with all of the walking related paths and what that would take. We're adding staffing to infrastructure to support this, but that kind of jump in service level would probably require an additional infusion for equipment and for personnel.
Yeah. So a more in-depth report is something we're going to be looking at then.
I just wanted to make sure it was going to be included.
Yep. Okay. So nothing for budget perspective at this point in time, but know that it's something that we'd like to look at. All right. Any other items from the public requests? Conseiller Lalonde?
Just a clarification. When it's mentioned not included, far right side, does that mean it?
Not included in the budget.
Okay, so I'm wondering, and just on the Russell Soccer Club, they made a presentation before Christmas on getting some.
Which item was it?
So that is number 18.
18, okay.
And on that one in particular was the soccer club looking for a matching contribution for their opening soccer festival budget.
Yep.
So I'm wondering why the $1,250 is not included in the budget. Why would it have been turned down?
Madame Guital? Well, they'd have to. That could be going through the community grants as opposed to a budget item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So what I recalled, the request that was made from Russell Soccer Club, I think Mr. Dave Dyer, was for the replacement of the food that they had lost in the freezer that was left there for about 3 years because of COVID. So apparently they had lost a considerable amount of food, and they wanted township to help pay for the loss of that food. So I didn't really think that it was part of public request. And if they do want some contribution for that opening soccer day, usually, they could ask that through grants, the community grants. That would be eligible. But replacing the cost of lost food, I didn't really think that this was part of.
It doesn't fall under our policy.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there might have been a little confusion there. I know that was mentioned during the meeting, but I think as per the presentation, which I guess they sent us all a copy of, this was specifically with regard to their opening, and that's how it's described, the opening soccer festival budget. So they did, I think Dave Dyer did mention that they had a loss with that food, but I think this was separate from that. So Is it suggested that they apply for it
Yep.
some other way?
So the community grants program we have in place, that's normally where,
Yep.
and we're gonna look at the recurring community grants that come year after year.
Yep.
That might be the better approach.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Deacon, then Conseiller Lorrain.
Thank you. I was looking at the Station Embrun request and wondering, in a similar vein of Councillor Lalonde, seeing that it's not included in the budget and it's a wonderful historical project for the Embrun side of our township. I'm just wondering what other sorts of avenues they're able to pursue. Perhaps the Mayor's Positivity Fund, perhaps others.
Well,
I don't think that that's the one that would fit into community grants, unless I'm mistaken.
no. Well, a little bit of history on the station. From day one, when the presentation came forward to council, there was money in the budget already existing. And council took the decision that we would allocate those funds for the future project, but there had to be some community engagement in raising the funds for whatever they wanted to do. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madame Guital, so the first phase, what they've called it, have they fundraised their entire portion for phase one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. So for phase one, which was completed last year, township paid pretty much most of the expenses. So I think there's also some money in the reserve. I think we could check that with finance.
Yeah.
They have not completely finished the phase one. There's little things here and there that needs to be completed, but I would say the substantial work has been completed.
Yeah.
So we're yet to see the phase two be presented to council as what they really want to do with as the next phase.
Yeah, because I think on their social media page, they were throwing it out to the group members for what do they want to do with it. And there was a lot of ideas coming through from that, but there's some, based on what they were suggesting, I'm not sure operationally who they are expecting to take care of those operations. It could be a shop to rent this, it could be that, it could be, so I think we still need to finalize with them, what is it that they want to do with this station. I personally have no issues once they come and do a presentation and, demonstrate what they want to do and the fundraising ability to get those funds available. But I'm not sure I'm comfortable just putting money aside for a project that we don't know what's going to be there. Councillor Tanoski?
Yeah, I would just echo those sentiments. They've done an amazing job coming together, and I think we've really supported them. Any kind of grassroots movement like that, and I know at the Parks and Rec Committee they've presented to us, and that was that discussion that what is going to be the next stage, and I like the approach that we have them present to us, and then look for the funds if there's funds that are needed, and also go to the community. I think those projects work best when they're community grassroots driven.
Okay. Did you want to follow up on that, Councillor Deacon?
Just another one.
Yeah, Councillor Lorrain?
Oh, I had like a couple, so go. I'm fine to do all mine together then.
Okay.
Thanks. My only other question was on the request from Ms. Hughes about allocating budget to enhance communication broadcast of meetings. I was just wondering if that did appear in a different section of the budget, probably in the CAO administration side, or if that was not included and not appearing elsewhere.
What number was it?
Ooh, give me a second here.
We can track it down.
That
20.
was 20, and it was the in the middle of the pack there. Number 4, allocate budget to enhance communication broadcast of meetings so that they can engage directly from their homes. I'd heard talk about this, but I was just wondering if there's an update and
Mr. Fawnin?
if it's baked into the budget somewhere already.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the original intent behind this was because we were having challenges with our system. As it turns out, it was more user error, I think, than anything else. So we've corrected most of it. We're still looking at some improvements, but the urgency has abated to some extent, so it didn't come up on a priority.
Okay. I'm all for community engagement, and I'm not sure, for me personally, for community engagement, I like to know who the person is on the other end. So it would sort of have to be a system where if somebody's at home engaging with us, we have to be able to see them too from, you know, and this was something I shared during COVID, was we were doing all these virtual meetings and people would ask questions and there was no way of verifying if the person on the other end is actually the person who is reaching out to us. So I think there, if we wanted to go that route, there would be some technological changes that would need to happen. Mr. Fonin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's correct. So there is technology out there that could allow for some element of two-way, but it would really involve changing the nature of our business model, business system model. So for instance, being able to have projectors, people could sign on and then a Q&A could be coordinated where somebody would allow somebody to have camera engagement, because if you had, theoretically, if you had 50 or 60 people listening in and then we get to Q&A and then they wanted to engage from a Q&A perspective, they'd have to have the ability to, because right now it's a passive system, right? You can send in written requests, but it's quite basic. So we're broadly looking into it, but the original intent when this was being discussed was in part to correct what we thought was a significant problem with our PA system. That urgency has abated. This is going to that next level to provide engagement. So we'll look into costing it, but it won't be in budget 23.
Follow up?
Yeah, just to say that it is about service levels, right? And so although the urgency isn't there, I know that so many more folks were able to access council and our transparency here for township thanks to these tools. So it would be, I understand, an increase in service, but one that perhaps could be worthwhile.
Yes, thank you. I'll put that on the list.
Okay, thank you. Anything else? Conseiller Lorrain?
I've got, I think, 3 things that I want questions on, or I have questions on. So the first one is,
Start with the number, help?
oh, sorry, number 5.
Okay.
And I know that Laux was included in our thing. I think I'd sent something to Mr. Bourgon earlier regarding hay. I noticed that hay's not in there as well, but it's a small portion of that at 37,000. Would the thought process be that it be included with maple, or why would we not include it this year with Laux, since it's right in the same area? So it's going to have to be done in one of the 2 phases. And if we do get a savings this year on the contract through the counties, then I would suggest that hay be included as an option, since all the equipment's going to be there.
Monsieur Bourgon?
Yeah, so that's something that could be done if there's cost saving. I know there's several segments in that region. We were trying to put those segments together, so that's why there's some portion of logs that were later on were put this year, so it has the kind of a domino effect that some of those segments were pushed off a couple of years, just so that the full segment can be done and not just a portion of it. But unfortunately, I just didn't have the time to look where that portion of hay falls.
Okay.
Just follow up to that. So when are we expecting the tender results from the counties?
I just got confirmation that it's going to close on March 23rd.
Okay.
So we'll have the result of our quantities or price per ton at that time.
Okay, so perhaps if there are cost savings at that point, the administration will be able to come back to council, and by that time, I think you'll be working on the paving plan report that we talked about earlier, and we'll be able to present options to council at that time.
Okay. On that same front, we talk about second stream of roads to be done, not for 2023, but into 2024. I already mentioned, I think it's Saint Joseph Road between 400 and 500. But there's also Felton, and that was a request that was in this year's budget. And it's about 400,000. So I would like that to be put on that second stream list as well, going forward, so we don't forget about it as it came through the listing, and it wouldn't be included in our normal regular funding program. So I'd like that to be included. The other one is item number 13, and that has to do with the speeding issues on Craig Street, the delegation that we had. So the community safety zone, that would be us coming back at a later date, having to make that determination. the school zone side, the school zone sign on the south side of Craig Street, and it's to be determined. Can we not put a school zone sign up? If there's one missing?
I think there is one. It was just the location. So it's just moving an existing sign.
They'll be both replaced.
Both replaced.
During the construction of the storm sewer.
So can we change that from to be determined to included in the budget? Because it'd be
Yeah.
included on the administrative side at that point in time, right, or the operational side?
Yeah, and that's why there's a note, like, part of our report that was presented separately to council, that all those items were being looked at.
Right. I'm just saying if somebody were to pick up the budget document in itself, it says yet to be determined, we should be patting ourselves on the back and saying, yes, it is in there, rather than saying we're not doing it.
Mr. Fonin?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I agree. I think we can just change the wording to reflect that it is going to be done. The details are to be determined
Yes.
in the coming project.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that was it. Question for the mayor at the county level on the photo radar aspect. Is that being reviewed and talked about and discussed at the county level since it's a county road?
It is and it isn't. It has been mentioned. However, I believe here at the administrative level, they're looking at solutions on our end and how to propose something on a county road. Is that correct, Mr. Fonin?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. This is a discussion ongoing between public safety and infrastructure, looking at the studies that have to be done with it, coordinating with UCPR in terms of where they're responsible, where we're responsible, with the intent that we will be looking at solutions going forward, specifically.
Okay. Because trust me, I know the photo radar process is a massive undertaking, and it is probably a 3 to 5 year project to actually get in place with the
Yeah,
ministry.
I think things have changed in legislation in the last couple of years, or the last year at least, and open up some doors to make it much, much quicker if we want to go down this route.
Okay, there's just a lot. There's a lot to get done and a lot to do and a lot to do on an ongoing basis as well.
Yeah.
That needs to be part of that consideration too. So,
Yeah, Mr. Fonin?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've engaged with a company on this issue who are expert in the field in terms of the sequencing and the process. They've indicated that this can be done in certainly less than 2 years, including the establishment of the community safety zones, the surveys and the analysis, and then placement. So we're now, I say that with great confidence, but we haven't run down the road. We're slowly walking down the road with an internal discussion about what's required, and then we'll be engaging.
excellent. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Tarnowski?
Just have one item, number 16, Brisson Park. That was land donated by former councillor André Brisson. That land since just unused off the trail, and I was wondering if we can consider utilizing that for actual usage for park space. I know in that area there's not much to choose from, so with that development around there, it might be of value to invest there.
Madame Guitar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Yes, so we're looking into getting some design done for that park. If it's not it's probably going to be towards the end of 23 to see what kind of design we would like to have in that park, because it is linked with the trail. So yeah,
So there is money aside to start.
that's part of, we can have DC money from that.
Okay, perfect. Other questions or comments in regards to the public requests? I appreciated the report at the beginning saying, based on the public requests, there's this value of dollars, So it shows that we're not simply just saying no to everything. There is a significant amount of dollars being invested as per the request. So thank you very much. Next item, Monsieur Godin.
Merci, Monsieur le maire. Donc, le prochain thème, ça serait les demandes de community grants.
Okay.
Donc, je vais laisser la parole à Madame Guittard.
Community grants, always fun.
Thank you, Mr. Member, members of council. So I did distribute to each one of you the proposed recommendations for the 2023 grants. So of course, on the left-hand side, you have the $35,000 in-kind propositions, and on the right-hand side, you have the $30,000 worth of money, ad hoc, if you want, for the proposed 2023 grants. So this year, where we do have a bit of an issue is we did get a lot of requests for in-kind. And I'll be honest with you, we've included almost everything up to March that we've already received. There might be another two grants that we received last week, but they were in late, so we did not include them in this spreadsheet. But if you look at the spreadsheet as of now, if we agree to everything that we've received up to now, we would have only $850 left for the remainder of the year.
For in-kind.
And
Wow.
if you want to go, we could go very quickly over the ones that are very costly to the program. So on
Yep.
the first page, you will see that for the Club Joie de Vivre, we have 4 requests from that club. We have over $5,000, almost $6,000 worth of free rental for the hall from that club, because they now do a once-a-month bean supper and a once-a-month club dinner. So that's 2 times a month times 12 months. So that's worth $4,500. Then you have another request from them from $975. This was for the first 3 months of the year. So, and then another $325 for the celebration of their 50th anniversary.
So, it's been a while since I've been to these events, but are these events charging members of the public to attend,
Yes.
right?
Both
Both
members
events?
have to pay for their dinner. I'm not sure if they have a surcharge at the door, but definitely for the bean dinner, you need to pay to get in. We do have our own bar.
Yeah.
We do make a little bit of money from the bar, but that's $6,000 worth of rentals.
So here, I guess my question would be, the money we make from the bar, does it cover the cost of the rental, and does it cover the cost of cleanup afterwards?
Well, and if you look at it this way, because we do get the money back for the rental in the department, okay? So
Right.
that's $329. So the first question is the $329 covering the cost of cleaning up? Like, you have to remember that we have to take all the chairs and tables away, clean up the hall, and then set up again. That's a big day's work when there's many people in the hall.
So, but that, I guess that's
So
the,
that's the cost of renting.
Yeah.
Then you have the bar. So let's say when it's only the club, it's not always extremely busy.
right.
So we're not making tons of money in the bar. Plus, we have to pay the bartender. So,
Okay, I'm just looking if we're making enough with the bar to cover those 2 costs. If we're covering our expenses for staff, for cleanup, and for the bartender.
I would think that we're covering, but
Yeah.
barely.
Yeah. Conseiller Lorraine and Councillor Deacon.
Yeah. So if we're not, then it's a rental rate issue. It is not a community grants issue, right? Because we can't sit there and go, well, we're losing revenue on that for other people. Well, we're not losing the revenue. The department is getting the revenue equivalent to the rental rate of that facility. So whether we give it in kind or somebody rents it, the fact is the department is getting the money that is charged for that rental. So that, you know, if we're not recovering, if we're not becoming self-sustainable from that perspective, then it's a rental rate issue. And we would need to discuss the rental rate, which I have no problem with, which would then increase the amount from this budget.
Maybe if I can add to this, Councillor Lorraine, the only thing is, though, on a Friday night, we could maybe be renting to some kind of another event that would generate more revenues from the bar, let's say. Instead of getting maybe $400 or $500 from the bar, we might be able to get $2,000-3,000, depending
But
on
that's,
the event.
but that's a what if, right?
Yeah,
There's
that's-
no guarantee, that's a what if, right?
That's it.
If we didn't hold, you know, if we didn't rent ice to, if we didn't give public time, we could be getting, you know, a tournament if they wanted to. You know, we can play what
No, it's
if
just
all
a Friday
day.
night. A Friday night is usually, Friday and Saturday nights are usually nights that people want to rent a big hall.
Yeah.
You're not talking about Wednesday night. Friday night and Saturday are two popular nights.
So perhaps that's the issue with the Club Joie de Vivre, is saying, we're not giving you a Friday or Saturday night. You know, you guys can do it on a Wednesday night because
Yeah,
you're not getting
for-
up to go to work the next morning.
For a public for public, let's say for the bean thing,
Yeah.
you have to do that on a Friday night because people are not going to go on a Wednesday night. Maybe
So-
for the club itself, because
Yeah.
they're all retired people and it's like, it's more appropriate for them. But when you're talking about family going out for, let's say, a bean dinner, they're not going to do that on a Tuesday night. It's a Friday night usually.
Follow?
Yeah, no, just for me, like I'm saying, so for me, it's either we approve the in-kind or we don't approve the in-kind. The whole, you know,
Rates.
offsetting the rates and stuff like
Yeah,
that, that's a
yeah.
different discussion. And that would be, we would take that up under the rental rates if there's any increase to that.
Because if we go back in time a bit, about 3 years ago, when this started it was just before COVID, we had allowed the Club Joie de Vivre to go upstairs at the Ember Marina at a discounted price because they wanted to have their dinner there. So we gave them a really good discounted price. I think it was $150 that they had to pay, okay? COVID hit, everything fell through. We didn't have dinners anymore going on. So after that, they came back and they started asking month by month for their monthly dinner. And then all of a sudden, they were asking for a public dinner. So now, we end up with having 2 requests separate for 12 months a year for the club and the public. But we're not when they go through the grants request, they're not paying anything anymore. Because what happened when they were at the Ember Marina, they didn't like the hall. They wanted to switch to the big hall. I'm not sure if you remember that.
Yeah,
but
I remember.
Yeah, it was a big thing. So finally, we said, okay, because $150 doesn't pay for the cleanup at the big hall. Absolutely not. So finally, we agreed to a more discounted price. I think it was $200. But COVID hit, so nothing of this happened.
Yeah.
But then they came back, but a different way.
Councillor Deakin?
Thanks for clarifying. That was going to be my question exactly, was why not use the Ember Arena Hall? And so I'm wondering about...
They don't like it.
Yeah, so I'm wondering about the last time that sort of a policy review took place in terms of this, so that we could have guardrails to say, if you have this many people meeting, this is where we will give you in-kind space, versus, I mean, the Souper des Vignes is an incredible event here that draws hundreds of people. It's really a wonderful thing that should, I think, happen in Salle Camille Pichet, as long as that's what that space is dedicated for. But I think, again, I'm just wondering if you would see that as a policy review sort of need to put those guardrails on, in terms of
We could, but like,
just to show them the compromise
yeah.
that we're looking for. Yeah.
yeah, and I understand what you're saying. It's just that I know for the club, their main thing is because their little hall is downstairs at the big hall. So for them, it's a commodity thing that they just go upstairs and they have their dinner there. The arena is just beside it. I understand that. But for them, this is what they want. They want the big hall.
Yeah, and
Even though, like you said, there's 100 people in a 450 places hall.
And I think that's something else to keep in mind, is they have a full-time use of a facility dedicated to them where nobody else has access to that hall. The little Club Joie de Vivre downstairs behind the bowling at the arena, or at the community center, is theirs. We've allocated to them for years and years and years. So, and we don't charge them for that. So there's value for them in that itself.
My last point on it, so, I mean, at this point, until we decide to change the rates and whatnot, I'm good with the numbers at this point. That hall is only going to be used for this for another couple of years as we transition the community center over to the other location anyway. And at that point in time, if they still want to use the facility over here, then we will have the ability to split it down and use a smaller facility and whatnot. So I'm okay with this at this point in time, and if we want to change the numbers, then we change them later on.
Okay, so you're saying for this specific item or for all the items in general?
Right now, just for that.
Just that one.
just the
Just
that
want to
we're
make sure.
talking
So
about.
I'm just gonna go through the main ones that
Ones.
are costing money,
Yeah.
okay?
Did you wanna?
There's another one that I did not approve, it's on there, it's the $4,000 for the winter carnival. That came in really late also. And in the past years, we were not approving any ad hoc money for the carnival. We've always approved only free rental, which we gave almost $4,400 worth of free rentals.
I think I'll point.
On page 2,
I just want to point out that's, if we're talking about policy review, at one point, I think that's something that we should be re-looking at is organizations are coming to us because they need help. But then you hear the stories that they have $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 sitting in the bank, and it's like, why are we helping an organization when, you know, they're using these funds? Winter Carnival is a perfect example where there was a beautiful event that was held to pay for ice time in the city of Ottawa. And it's like, we gave free use of that hall for that event. So it's like, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. We're saying, here you go, take our money out of the community and go pay for ice time in the city of Ottawa. I think, you know, I think at one point we will need to have a policy review on how we give these kind of funds out.
So the next one on page 2 is the L'Union Culturelle et Franco-Ontarienne. They've asked for twice a craft show, so it's 3 days each, so there's almost $2,000 there. And then the one that is, again, another $5,000 is on page 3 for the Scouts, because they take some time for their weekly meeting for almost 52 weeks a year. In the past, the Scouts were in a school. So now, during COVID, they've asked us to come into our halls. We gave them the hall, the Marionville Hall, free. And now I don't think they want to go back to the school. So they've asked for the hall for the whole year. So that amounts to $5,000.
Can I ask why they don't want to go? Why they don't want to go to the schools anymore? Because the schools traditionally, that's what the gyms were for community events, right? For helping these organizations. And I feel like we're in the boat where, similar to the province or the feds or, you know, the school board all of a sudden decides they're not going to do it, and the municipality is left picking up the expenses that are associated with something that traditionally we weren't doing.
The only thing that I could probably think with school boards, and I do see this because we do use one school right now for municipal programs, every little thing that happens, they have the freedom to say, you can't have your program tonight. If there's a snow day, we don't have access to the school for that night. During summertime, during PD, March break. So the schools are closed. So all these people, this means that all these holidays, all these journées d'intempéries, snow days, they cannot access. So at one point, like if you're looking at all the Fridays the kids had for a snow day, that's a lot of days. So if your meeting is on a Friday, wow, since Christmas, you didn't have any meetings, you know?
Yeah.
Huh?
This year.
Well,
So that's why, for township, we never close. We're always accessible. So
but
I think it's a bonus for them.
yeah, so I'm thinking what we should, and again, it'll be, if ever we review this policy, perhaps it's, you work with the school board, you get your days at the school board, and if something happens and you need to use, you don't have access to the facility, and our facility is free, it's not booked for something else, then we'll give you access to it, but, I mean,
But
we're.
how can I pick and choose and say, you go to the school, you don't go to the school?
No, but I, for example, in the case of them, apply to the school, show us a letter, show us an email confirming that you do not have access to the school, and then we will consider, then we'll be able to adjust. I know it's a little bit more administratively, but, as opposed to simply saying, yeah, here's $5,000 worth of rentals.
Because right now, this particular booking, I think, is $120 every week. So in the wintertime, this means that I need a staff to go the next day to make sure that the hall is clean because it's boot season, winter season, so the floors probably need some cleaning. We need to re-clean the bathroom because people were there. So for $120, I have a staff that travels to Marionville, clean, take time, come back.
And then,
I,
then again, it comes back to a rental rate issue.
yeah,
Yeah.
well.
And Marionville, I know that chances are we're not
But
renting that
those
room
rental-
anyways, but.
Those hourly rates were meant for meetings only. So meetings only, it was very rare that we had requests for that. This is like a recurring meeting every week. It's not like an AGM for minor hockey, which is like once a month, or a coach meeting that happens once in a while, Those hourly rates were meant for those kind of bookings. We made them for that kind of bookings.
Right.
We didn't make them for those recurring meetings where you have 25 kids in a hall doing some activities.
But that being said, if somebody wanted to rent the hall and they were actually willing to pay us, we'd still be, your department would still be facing the same issue. Right?
Well, it's either that or we're gonna have to take out the hourly rate.
Yeah. Counselor Tarnowski, then Counselor Deacon.
I understand the cost and the responsibility around that, but at the same token, this is community space, and I really hate that we're, like nickel and diming, on something that really has limited cost and great benefit to our community. I mean, that space, especially like Marionville, that's not being used. And I agree with Mayor Leroux saying that if they really can't be accommodated in the schools, then we should be available for them. I hate nickel and diming when it comes to community organizations that are there for the benefit of our community. And so wherever possible, I think we should support that. And I'm in support with Councillor Lorrain, saying in terms of those initial costs that we just discussed, to leave him on there as well. Thank you.
So then in that case, the question will be if we pre-approve all of this, then we got $850. So either we deal with $850 for the rest of this year, or we increase the budget for this item. That's the two factors we're going to be looking at. Councillor Deacon?
Oh, sorry, my mic was on that whole time. Out of this discussion, what's clear to me is that we do need more structure, more clarity. I don't know. I feel like we're in the weeds a bit today on, and it's good that this is coming up now, because it gives us the opportunity to discuss, if we were to do a review, consult with different organizations. I don't know when such a review happened last, but it would be, I think, perhaps a good idea to invest in that. I'm very supportive of going ahead with, you get what you have in terms of policy. I mean, this is what the policy before us is bringing this to our table for this year's budget, so I would be inclined to support it, but at the same time look at a review for future so that there's more clarity and more structure in a way that doesn't put us in this more difficult position of potentially running out of funds. And as we've grown so much, an additional 5,000 people to our community also means that there are new groups coming online as well. So I do think that it's a pertinent time to be looking at this, because as these groups grow and learn about this community grants program, we want to make sure that they can come on board into the program as well. So again, just making sure that there is a policy there that enables that inclusion while also honoring the traditions and the groups that have been here for years and years. But I do think fit for purpose is really important. That's what I'm hearing, and being realistic about what we can offer based on preferences versus actual fit for events. So I would be supportive because this is what we have to work on, and yeah.
Okay. Councillor Lorrain?
So when I look at this, so this program's been in place since before I got on council. Just before I got on council, they had created this program, and I think this is a great program. But the numbers haven't changed much over that time, right? And we know our community has grown. So maybe now is the time to look at it from a percentage of the budget amount, like, you know, is it tied to that 1% of taxation amount? So we say the community grants will always be 0.5% of an increase, and therefore it's indexed each year based on what that 1% number is, or 0.4 in this circumstance, 65,000 on 160, whatever that number is, 35%. So pick a number and let's use that number. That's where I would go with that. So you have an indexing, because we haven't indexed at all over that period of time, really. The other aspect that I look at for this year, where we say we only have $847 of in-kind left available to us, the overall program has over $8,000 when you look at it, right? There's still some cash component, which is $7,500, $800 on that side, and we've been known to go back and forth and utilize that additional amount. So there's still over $8,000 available for other community organizations to come in, and whether it's cash or in lieu, can still make those requests. Once we get to, you know, the $1,000 left, then I think we can start looking at whether or not we need to pull a little bit of funding from somewhere else. But I think we're going to be fine for 2023, and then for 2024 we should look at an indexing going forward to make sure this program grows down the road for our community that is growing, or council needs to decide if this is the right program, or whether or not we create a different program, and then if we're going to study it, then let's do that. But I'm fine with it for this year.
Okay.
For sure.
All right, perfect. So, Mr. Fon and Madame Guital, maybe the direction is that we want a policy review, and that come back with as Councillor Lorrain suggested, perhaps some kind of, as part of the policy, saying, okay, well, a certain percentage every year to account, you know, this is the value that we see grow with the community. Is that, Councillor Lalonde?
Yeah, I just want to come back to the discussion earlier with soccer. I think if we could, I'd like to recommend we put them on the list for the $1,250 that they're looking for their season opener. I can make sure they get their application in, but we were talking earlier about the baseball movement. We have a soccer movement with over 1,500 kids in it, and I don't think they've ever come to council before for any help in funding. But I know they're going through a difficult these last number of years. They're mostly a not-for-profit, of course. They have referees and all kinds of things to pay for. But if there is a little bit of money, and if we could just keep that amount, $1,250, in mind, I'll make sure they get their application in, if that could be considered.
Yeah, Madame Guital?
Yes, and I just want to remind council also that Township does already subsidize a soccer club by paying the lighting. All the hydro is paid by Township for the lights in the back. And we do let them have the hall for about, I would say, beginning mid-April to the end of October. So we do ask $1,000 for all these months for helping us pay the cleaning. So I'm, you know, and we do allow a nice big storage room for them in the hall. They can have meetings anytime they want, as long as we are made aware of it in the hall. So that's all free use also. So I think we do help the soccer club in that way. So
Yeah,
I
they
just
might not
wanna-
have. They might not have come for cash, but they are. The township is helping
they do
every year.
get some kind of compensation. Yeah.
But again, I mean, you know, we still have $8,000, right? So they just have to put in their submission, and it will come to council for discussion. Councillor Lorrain?
Yeah, I'm going to suggest, because I think you have a color scheme here, that we put it in as pre-approved $1,250, a pending application, like there are some where we haven't received the application yet. I don't know if that's blue or if that's purple or if that's yellow.
All the ones are there, are usually pretty much the ones, the yellow ones we've already received.
Okay, so whatever color is not received yet, pending application, if we can put the 1250 in that color, I would agree to Councillor Lalonde's request from the public request to add that amount in.
I'm fine with that, but something that does come to my attention is that all those things you just mentioned should be listed in this for council to be aware that we're giving the Russell Soccer Club all this much in kind. Same thing with the Russell Ag Society. We're paying a lot of costs.
Well,
They
then
should be-
you'll have to increase your budget.
Well, and I get that. Well,
Or transfer
it's-
from your operational, which is what
yes,
you're already doing.
it's already there. So, but we have to be aware of that. So when we have discussions and they say, "Hey, you guys aren't giving much," no, actually, we're giving $5,000 a year worth of operational in-kind support. That's something that should be clear and transparent for everybody to see. Councillor Deacon.
I was thinking along the same lines. This is a community grants program. And yeah, just the in-kind nature of it going into budget. I'm wondering if these pieces should be in here or whether they should be accounted for in the actual operational budget if we're talking about lighting. But I don't, it's pretty granular at the same time. So perhaps administratively it's more efficient to keep it in a place like this. I'm
Well,
just wondering.
I think it's somewhere that, I
It
think
it
there are.
needs to be accounted for. I agree
Yeah.
100%. I
There's
was
some-
just going to say.
There's some operational costs that, for example, we just got Le Club Joie de Vivre. There is a cost there. Like we're paying, the heating, the hydro, everything. There's a cost associated to that room that, the public and council should be aware of just to see. Just so we're informed properly, not hidden away in the operational side of things, but actually part of it.
Well, we did have reports in the past for this, and I know I've asked that, and I think Madame Boudreau will remember these discussions, is when we get requests for bylaw support for the parade as an example, right? Well, that's man time. Whoever is being paid for it is man time. Volunteer firefighters come out. Well, you know what? That time should be accounted for. It's an in-kind donation for them to be out there. We need to be tracking that. And is that under the community grants that we should be tracking, or should we track it somewhere? But I think it goes along the same lines. And and I think you had a report at one point in time when we were tracking all that stuff, because a lot of these things here come with additional in-kind time, like Madame Guital was mentioning, like Mayor Lewis mentioning. So, you know what? As part of that review, let's bring everything in and show it all. Be transparent as possible and show what we need.
Minister Fonin and then Councillor Deacon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with the concept, and we'll have to discuss the accounting challenges to make sure it's clear to Canada what is normal. Because I can imagine, just to play devil's advocate, a response in regard to the allocation of existing operational resources to go and clean up the next morning. The argument could be, well, they were working anyways, right? So why are you charging me, or why are you counting that? My response to Councillor Lorraine's comment, Mr. Mayor, is to say, yes, we are going to do that. We're going to account for the electricity bill, the natural gas bill, the allocation of the room, the staff time, not because it's costing us any extra money. Well, it does for power if we're keeping the lights off when they're not there, but it does begin to speak to your comment, Mayor, about being able to understand how much do we spend on supporting different community organizations, even if it's not cash, even if it's not a room that is not currently in use. Technically, a room that is not currently in use, other than the electricity, doesn't cost us anything unless there's a strong demand for that room and we're actually foregoing a revenue to provide it free to somebody. So, but I think that would be getting, personally, I think that would be getting quite far into the accounting weeds. But I think looking at an accounting mechanism to be able to calculate our allocations beyond simply an in-kind rental would probably help us explain to residents, and organizations, yes, we actually allocated to you X amount of dollars in terms of operational time and resources.
Councillor Deakin?
I love when things circle back to the strategic plan because partnerships with community is in one of the things that we're aiming for with this next term. This is a good news story. I just want to remind us, I get fired up because this is about helping community organizations to grow and engage and build social capital in our community at the end of the day. So just to circle it back, that I think that this sort of accounting gets us working towards one of those strategic priorities that we have in terms of showing those partnerships. And so the more transparent we are about what sort of partnerships already exist, it's just a great point to build from.
Mr. And I would add to that the strategy of fiscal accountability. So it helps with our accountability both internally as well as accountability to residents.
Well, again, it's making sure that in a partnership that both people are well aware of what the other is providing. And I think that's sometimes a lack of understanding. It's just taken for granted that the township, doesn't do much, but yeah, we do lots.
So I'm going to open up a little bit of a can of worms as well onto this accountability perspective is, and maybe you already have this number, I don't know, or maybe I'm assuming it's in the operational because I don't believe I see it in here, is the ice rental costs that we allocate to the schools, the free hours. I don't see them in here, right? Like they get 25 hours per school per year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of another line in the council.
Yes.
It's called, what is it called, Richard, again? No charge or no charge? That's where it is.
So
So you
under
got the
council
spotted
members,
suit and
So
all the 25 hours.
because this is under council members' items as well, this
Yes,
should
yeah.
that should
It's a
probably
different
be
line.
factored into this.
Yeah.
And just shifting the money,
Yep.
shifting
Yeah.
the line item,
And
but showing it as everything that we're doing for, like that number now may be 1%, right? That number may be the 1% showing it as, because it's already encompassed in the budget. 1% of the budget goes to community grants based on all of these different in-kinds and free rentals and all that stuff, because there's 65,000 right there, but 25 rentals for each school. What is that number?
Yeah.
And all the other stuff that gets thrown in?
It
You
adds
could be
up quick.
talking about that.
And I think it's good from a reciprocal point of view. For example, we've had this discussion in the past. All of a sudden, we used to hold activities in the school. And the school turns around and says, no, you're not doing it with us anymore. And we're like, but we give you 25 free hours and you're not going
Yep.
to give us our fair share. And let's be clear, an hour of ice is worth a heck of a lot more than an hour of gym time, right? So, yeah, no, something just from, again, a
Yeah,
partnership
I
point of
think it
view.
would be interesting to show council everything that, at least, well, I'm not
And the
talking
public.
At the other departments, but.
Not just council.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. Like,
it's
I'll
how do
just
we
give you an
support the
example.
community for social?
We had the, what's that day we had in January, slipping my mind, at the St. Thomas School.
Oh, the, not March It Out.
Living locally.
Living locally
Living
fair.
locally fair. I'm sure council didn't know that the recreation staff moves all the tables in there. We have no resource, we have no trucks. We have to borrow the truck from Rhodes, get all the tables. It's not our tables, it's Ag Society tables that we have to move to the school and then pick them up and bring them back. That takes 2 days of work for my staff. So, just
That's
for you
another
to know.
perfect example.
So that's just an example of what you do.
Yeah. All right, so I think we're good we're getting a policy review at one point in time on this subject, and, we're going to make sure that everybody knows where everybody stands. Okay? Yeah. With that, community grants, so we're okay with as it's proposed, so we're good for that. Councillor Larrain?
Not
Well,
with the change. to
Yeah, for the pre-approval for the 1250 for the soccer club. And that'll come through the community grant. Okay. Next item, Monsieur Godin.
Merci, Monsieur Maire. On a fait le tour. Unless there's any other questions from council.
So this is the point in time if if somebody did not ask for something, it's time to speak up and say, I would like this. Is that what you're telling me?
I guess so.
Is there anything from members of council that's not in the budget or that you would like to see in the budget? If there is something you'd like to see in the budget, then perhaps a suggestion on if you're willing to increase taxation to pay for it or you're willing to cut somewhere else. That's where we start getting into the nitty gritty. Conseiller Lalonde?
Maybe just to go back into time and maybe to get clarification on the expenses that were, I think, mentioned for township, for the building. I'd have to go back and find the item, but was there any monies in there this year for, I know there was new IT equipment, but furnishings or furniture, or is there anything in there that treats of the replacement of furniture in the offices here?
Oh, I think that falls under asset replacement.
It's in the operational budget, so there are funds in the operational budget to renew chairs and furniture and stuff like that, yes.
Yeah, there's a few that need it. Agreed. Chairs. All right. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Larrain?
Yeah, just, I know we came in at 3%. We added a 1%. We made a couple of potential alterations here or there. Is there a number that council would like staff to come back in at when we come back with the next draft of this budget, percentage-wise? Looking for additional efficiencies in the budget to come into a number.
If there's small tweaks, I mean, Monsieur Godin, I know you and the team were pretty slim pickings, if you will. So if we're looking at 160, so 0.25 is $40,000 for 8, yeah. So any 0.25 difference we would want to make is about $40,000 roughly. I'll say my top limit, if at all possible, I think 3.88, and I can explain that off camera later on. Yeah.
I was looking at 3.75, but 3.8, and I'd like to stay under 4% if possible. Was my thought process
Yeah.
on that. So if we can make some efficiencies there.
Yeah, it's like buying a car. You're willing to spend $19,999, but just 20 is a little too much. And I
That's
think
where I was going with that question.
Yeah, and I think most, like for the municipalities, if I look around, the county says 3.53. I know Rockland just got approved 3.95 Hawkesbury 3.95 the other day. That seems to be, we're in the right range, but, Monsieur Conseiller Lalonde?
Well, I'm going to suggest that, I would have been, that 3.89, 3.9, I'd just like to suggest that I would be good with 4% just to round it off, especially if I understand and appreciate that, we are going to put some extra effort into road rehabilitation, which was one of my main preoccupations of earlier, because as I say, and I put it in the notes for the questions, I don't think we're catching up. I think with the attrition of the rapid development of homes and the amount of traffic being added, I just think we're always behind that 8 ball. So I see this as an opportunity, and because the DCs are where they are and the surpluses are where they are and the opportunity is in front of us now, that we could make some real progress there, that I would be willing to go to that level. That being said, I'd be interested to see then, and I imagine it can be done quickly, so what does that look like to the average taxpayer in terms of, if we go from 3 to 4%, what does 4% look like on my tax bill in the coming year?
Yeah. So, just to point out, so if we were to stay at 4%, we can say, we know we went up $240,000 in extra infrastructure fund this year, correct, Monsieur Godin? then we would be adding, so we're talking 400,000. So 400,000 is 2.5% of the increase. And then we say, well, we also went up 1% for the complex. So at a 4%, 3.5% was for the complex and for roads. I'm comfortable with that. You know,
Based on the number that was in the report, I believe, I'm sure I didn't correct me if I'm wrong, but it was $63 for 3%. It's about $21 per 1%. So we're talking at 4%, $84 to the average household. Plus, if we were to do any of the water and sewer stuff, whatever that would look like. But $84 is the number we're talking about. And I say this every year. You know, the residents have to make sure they don't listen to what Ottawa does, because when Ottawa says they're 2.5%, their 2.5% could be $120 for the average household. And then we come in and say, well, we're 4%, and they're thinking, well, we're gonna be over $200. No, it's $84 to the average household, based on 4%. So
Yeah.
$21 per 1% is what it is for this year in our municipality.
so I'm going to throw a comment out there, and I'm probably going to get a look, but $84 a year is $7 a month, realistically. That's not even 2 coffees, right? $7 a month, I remember, is almost the cost of a walking membership at the Dome. So we could always offset it and just give everybody a free pass at the Dome for, and then we would be good. It would be kiff. But, but no, I think it's, I think at 4% is quite reasonable. Councillor Deacon.
I was just going to echo that I would lean towards the round 4%. And just, I think you made a reference to the used car where there are no hidden fees here. I mean, if we're suggesting a 3-point, je ne sais quoi, what are we looking to cut? Because we've looked at the budget line by line, and so that's just my question. If we're haggling over some point, you know, I'd rather lean towards the 4 and make sure that we're equipping Township with what they need to do to provide excellent service in the year to come.
Comments? Any others? Councillor Tarnowski?
So I just want to restate one comment that I'm okay with the 4% as well, but keeping in mind that our operational budget is going up about 30%, and so net roulement is much heavier, but I'm comfortable with that in light of our HR plan. I think we've for many years not kept up, so I'm really happy that we're finally doing that, and I'm confident, and I feel very comfortable in us you know, spending those extra resources. I think it's important. I think our community deserves it. But we should understand that we are increasing by about 30% in terms of, you know, operational costs year over year. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? So 4%, that's pretty much besides the 1% increase, there was nothing else we asked for specifically that affected the budget?
Merci, Mr. Mayor. No, that's correct. So there were a few changes to the capital budget, adding the splash pad and a few tweaks, but nothing else that touches taxation. So with adding the 1% towards roads, that brings us to 4%.
Okay.
I did want to ask and clarify regarding water and sewer, because you mentioned a 3% increase. Were you expecting that, or is it a report coming to council later on from ourselves?
Yeah, I guess from a timing perspective, Monsieur Godin, Monsieur Bourgon, when's the next cycle, the new cycle start for the water and sewer? If we were to say we're increasing a percentage in water and sewer, when would we have to make that call by?
Well, the first billing is early March, so it's essentially before we adopt the budget.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right, so
It's whether we do it, yeah, okay. Councillor Laurent?
I mean, if we
Our next budget's in October.
Yeah.
Like, maybe we look at it for
By that-
2024, and that way we have all the numbers. We give them time to do all the review and stuff, and come back to us
Yeah,
for
we're
the next
fine.
budget. Maybe that's probably better.
I'm fine with that. Everybody's okay with that? Yeah. You guys will have enough time to figure out a financial plan, and we'll have probably a better understanding when we're talking about servicing the 417 next month. That might be a factor that comes into play as well. I didn't hear that,
As we
but that's
review
okay.
it, we'll.
Okay. Anything else to add at this point in time?
For myself, I think we have all the direction we need to be able to finalize the budget.
Okay.
All good.
And, yeah, wow. I'm sure we could find other things to talk about. Unfortunately, it's a special meeting and it's not on the agenda, therefore we can't open the meeting to other topics of discussion. I would have loved to have more leadership and vision discussions on service level reviews and stuff, but that's not planned at this point in this stage. So with that, if there's no further comments from members of council, anything, you guys go ahead.
I just have to say I've done this a few times now, and this is by far the most efficient budget session I've ever sat through. So thank you very much to the whole team on that. This is amazing.
A lot less questions into the weeds this time. Conseiller Lalonde?
I want to say the same thing. You know, it's been a while since I looked at budgets, but I think the way that the staff presented it as well, and I hope the public gets to see that document. I guess they didn't get to see it today, but it's an excellent presentation, visually and otherwise. I think you've got a great standard here for helping us to understand it. So kudos to the whole staff for this. It was very well done. It's probably why we're finishing early.
Any other comments? Councillor Deacon?
Ditto.
Good one. Thank you. Anything to add, Monsieur Fonin, Monsieur Godin?
Merci, Monsieur Maire. Merci pour les commentaires. And yeah, that document, we'll be finalizing it with all the updates we discussed, and we'll be putting it online once the budget's adopted.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say thank you to council members for both the questions we received prior to and during the session. This was my first go at a municipal budget under the absolute tutelage and mentorship of my treasurer, who basically carried me on his shoulders for the last couple of months. But I feel very confident, having done budgets at the federal level, that we have a very solid, very responsible budget to go forward with for residents. I think now the communication challenge is definitely on the administration to communicate as much detail as possible. We'll be putting this document in a final version, which you'll see on the 6th, to be then subsequently...
13th?
Pardon me?
13th?
13th?
Yeah, because we're on the 2nd and the 4th Mondays, not the 1st and the 3rd Mondays.
My ear. And the final version will go to community members for their visual as well, and I'm pretty sure they're going to appreciate the fact that it's easy to follow. And we'll follow that up as well with further communications when we have our new communications coordinator.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Godin, I know in the past we used to do live sessions for the budget. I anticipate no issues doing it again this time. Okay. Well, I know we don't have a comms person right now, but I should still be able to access the site that I need to do. So, okay, perfect. With that, thank you very much, everyone. Oh, I got it. Yeah, there's an actual agenda I got to follow. Confirming bylaw, that bylaw 2023-021 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the council of the corporation and the township of Russell at special council meeting held on February 22nd, 2023, be read a first, second, and third time and passed. Need a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Tarnowski, seconded by Councillor Deacon. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Now our next meeting will fall on February 27th. February 27th. And we're adjourned at 2:26. I'm off by 19 minutes.